Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right, let's get going here. Good morning, everybody. It is so good to be here. Let's see. There's my feed. There it is. It's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big day. Just give me just one more minute here. Okay. Let that play for just a second. All right. Good morning. Top of the morning to you. Happy Thursday it is today. Had to check. Had to make sure I didn't lead you astray first thing in the morning. Want to say a special good morning to Toxic this morning. Toxic Orchid came in first in chat. There we go. Toxic has won once again the internet. This is familiar ground for her. She's won several times before. So she's must be feeling good enough to be on the mend and take care of all the internet, because she's back at work today, taking care of everything IP related for all of us. So good luck to you today, Toxic. Thank you so much for being a fantastic mod and for being first in chat today. The internet is yours. Congratulations. We also have a few other people in chat. We're waiting. I will say today is going to be a big day. Today's a big day because we have the 404B hearing, which is basically how much of the financial crimes type information is going to be allowed in by the judge. That's supposed to happen first thing this morning. So we're going to watch for that as it develops, which is hopefully very soon. So that's going to happen before the jury's present. Hopefully it should be on camera, and we should have great audio and everything. It'll be fantastic to follow. Golden Mom's here. Tammy as well. I'm here, but watching the big TV. Hope all are safe. You too, Tammy. Thanks for being here. Lane, Sam, good morning to you. Angie, Ritz, Denise. If he says if Toxic won't step up, I've got your back. Yeah, okay. So we've got a number 2 in place if Toxic has to take a break. Oh wait, no. Toxic says, I had to go back under the knife the evening before last. Something was right, and I'm still waiting for the pickle and gavel crews to come spring me out of the hospital. Right, we need to organize a jailbreak for Toxic. Get her back home, because the hospital is not a fun place to be. I know some great people who work there, but I don't want to spend much time there unless I absolutely have to. Toxic, hopefully you're back in a comfy environment here soon. Let's see. The powers that be are showing the attorneys arriving, so they're just getting here right now. So that's good. Let's see. Casey is here. Horse. We're just calling it Horse today. Horse is here. Bummer. I never got into that chat quick enough to win the internet. Oh, wait. Good morning, everyone. Have a fabulous day. Hey, one day you'll do it, and you will regret it ever since. And once you've done it once, you'll know it's not enviable to win the internet. Actually, I sure appreciate it, because somebody has to do it, and if nobody does, then it's awfully quiet on the live stream. Natalie's here as well. Natalie, I heard you had to put down your fur baby yesterday. I'm so sorry. I hope if there's anything we do to cheer you up at this time, we do that. So hearts go out to you. That is a tough time. A lot of people don't understand the connection there, and why it means so much. But it's a family member. So hang in there, Natalie. Appreciate you being here today. Laura's here this morning. Tammy, Emily has a yodeling pickle. She got her pickle like a day or two before me. But we had pickles before Emily had the pickle. We had pickles before Jensen had pickles. We were like the OG of pickles when it comes to like law tube related stuff. Toxic Orchid, gotcha. 6-volt buses here. Let's see. Let's scroll through. Jennifer Clark, Shells. Ed solved the case, worth a try. There's one we want. Can you just skip to the ending? Just with any trial, just use that command just to see what the outcome is. He's like, oh, yeah, jury found him not guilty. Gotcha. I'll work on that, Ed. If it's something I can create that we can just look forward in time with any degree of reliability, we'll definitely implement it onto the stream. It's Marisa. Good morning to you as well. Anne has all sorts of snacks to celebrate. I finally found a workaround with my iPad to become a member. This was an adventure. Thank you, Anne. That's awesome. And bringing snacks on to boot. That's great. I see music, photography. Awesome. Good to have you here. I'm excited to see what sort of things you do with the music photography. That looks great. I'm a camera guy myself. Probably not to the extent that you are, but I enjoy using them. Max here. Well, we've got one Laura. Do we have two Lauras? We need two Lauras before we can start. I think it's like an unwritten rule. Sunshine Sunflowers, good morning to you. Kathy, not today. Good morning to all of you. Natalie, Mac, more Kathy. Linda, Rowdy, good morning. New day, new addicts. Fresh Pickles and Friends. That should be a shirt, right? Fresh Pickles and Friends. I like that. Kelly is here as well. Richard, good morning to you. On a globe. I keep calling you Richard because if I don't, I'm going to forget, and then you'll be on a globe, and then you'll change it again, and I won't remember you're Richard. So, Weather Watch is here. Top of the morning to you, Weather Watch. We are, for those that don't know, Weather Watch and I are putting together a podcast. It probably will be a weekly podcast. We're looking at Friday, a Friday date to do that, and we're super excited. So we need to connect again and hammer out some details. We will keep you guys all appraised of how that goes. It's going to be a little different than the actual live stream, but some of the same things as well. So just bear with us. We're getting there. Good morning, my dog Murray. Just Tom. And let's see, Laura. Tish is here. Good morning, Tish. Myra as well. Rowdy, Mac, rain. You and me both. I'm not sure, Mac, where you're at. I'm in eastern North Carolina, and it's just been not really hard rain, but just rain most of the night. Let's see. True Celtic is here. Good morning. Good to have you here. Hope you do great on your stream here today, Mutt. WV is in the house as well. Share Bear, the Creative Bee. Good morning, Debbie. How's everyone doing? I think most of us are doing great. There are a couple of us that just need a virtual hug today, and a few others that might need help getting out of the hospital. So if you look around and see a fellow addict that needs some help, please reach out to them. Let's see. Katrina, that's Abby in UK. Good to have you. KX Star, Ritz, Fractured 23, Miss Chris. I think I'm just going to scroll and watch for the hands. I think you guys came up with the right solution just by doing this by default, by waving in case I didn't catch you. I think if you put your hands up once and I call you, that's great. And then if I get done and you haven't put your hands up again, that's great. Brenda is here as well. Victoria S. Shells. Twisted Branches, good to have you back. Rowdy, lots of people took their seats. That's great. It's a whole screen of yellow people taking their seats. The front row is big, but there's room for more. Holly Henderson, good morning. We're down on this side we are on the downside of this ice. Oh my goodness. Are you in the Texas area, Holly? I saw that there was just, over 100,000 people without power, just ice everywhere. And that's ice in Texas, I guess, isn't the norm. KF70IK, good morning to you, Bob. Hope your commute's going great. Lee Hetherington, Jean, Katrina. Here we go. Yeah, I'm finally caught up to that moment. Back today, shout out from the Netherlands. Thank you for your live, enjoying it. The fact that you say you're from the Netherlands makes it even harder for me to pronounce your name for some reason, because I just know I'll get it wrong. My mouth doesn't make the same shapes with the same letters, and so I'm Mariolin. I know there's like a yes sound in there somewhere. I just have to put it in there. But thank you for joining from the Netherlands. I apologize for butchering your name. I'm not sure a pronunciation guide would help me at this point. Jen Hoff is here. Carly 196. I just missed a whole bunch of people. I've got to go back up here. My mouse just jumped to the bottom. I am keeping an eye on the feed from the courtroom as well. We want to make sure we get every last bit of information on when it comes to this this hearing, the 404B hearing. So give me just 1 minute. I'm going to update one of my feeds. Okay, I'll get that in just a second. The other one's working. Okay, so we've got 2 up. We're going to get a third in just a moment. Dilly Pickles, JR, Kelly, I am Omni 008. Good morning to you as well. Maribeth Robinson, good to have you with us. I had to double check the name because I know someone whose name is very similar to that. I had to double check the picture. Mary Beth, wonderful to have you here. Natalie, Lee Hetherington, we got you twice, Lee. The front row must be huge. It is. We just keep building add-ons to it. Ritz, Bella, O-Town is here. Good morning. How's Ogden doing this morning, O-Town? And Ann is here. Janice Ashby, Melissa, the Creative Bee. I think we've got most of the people. Let's see, Bella. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, all. Last Poet, good to have you as well. T-Rocks. The internet is safe when Toxic's in charge. She knows what she's doing. She just scares it into being good. Eileen is here. Just about done with the roll call here. Let's see, Old Dude. If you haven't heard your name, go ahead and put your hand up in chat. Let's see, Bite Me. Sherry, good morning. Never have your morning thumbnail on TV or phone. Well, this one, Sherry, I didn't post it very, very early. Mo Freedom is here. Good morning to you as well. Good to have you back. Mountain Mama, working from Western North Carolina. Is RA blurry? I haven't been drinking. Try a refresh, Rowdy. I don't look blurry on my end. It is morning, but I'm awake. There's the other Laura. We can start now. Good morning to you as well. Let's see. We've got Linda Hill. Scrolling fast here. Sorry, Micah. Lynn Hoke, a red pen. Wait for it, is here. Half watching, half lurking. I have trainings on and off today and some catch-up work to do. Hopefully you get everything done and you don't miss any of the exciting bits from the court. That's our hope for it. Wait for it. Nurgle is here as well. Jared T. Adam, we missed you the first time around. Chandra, I apologize. Sharon McDonald. Sandy Fields. D.A. Vell. Photography is a fun hobby. It's a very expensive hobby because as it gets more and more fun, you start buying more and more expensive cameras and lenses. And there's never a point where you're like, okay, now I have everything I need. There's always like, oh, there's one more piece of glass that if I have this, or maybe I need a different tripod, and now I need a motorized tripod, and next thing you know, you're starting to do astrophotography, and you need a telescope and everything else. It just grows and grows. At the end of your life, you still don't have it all. Let's see, Gavel Hounds and the rest, reporting for trial. Good to have you guys over there on True Celtic's channel. Not today. 7. Did I miss you, 7? I apologize. Kelly, hi from Adelaide, Australia. Thanks for checking in from the bottom of the world, which is ahead of us. So if we're going to have a bad day, Kelly will let us know first. But I think it's a good day, the way she threw all those emojis in there. Daisy is here as well. Picky, good morning. Canned Laughter. Kara Green. Weather Watch, do you have power? Is it that bad when you have to ask if they have power? How bad was the ice storm in Texas? Is it through yet? Is it going to melt here soon? Cass, good morning. Linda Hill. Checking on a couple. Vixen's here. Amber, thanks so much for the links you sent me the other day. We're going to share those today for a couple of the videos. We have, what, 3? I think we have 3 videos now to show. It's 3, right? Or 2. I can't remember. 2 new ones. We have the dog video. We have the tree video. And what was the last one? The birthday cake. That's it. We've got the birthday cake video. So we're going to show those. The birthday cake's the one that's the most pertinent for this morning because that's what opens the door for some of this financial information. Let's see. Suzanne has an appointment this morning. Need to catch up later. Good luck to you, Suzanne. We'll see you when you're able to get back. Becky Lou, good morning. Happy to have you here. Hope it's a wonderful day for you. Play date with friends on Friday was with podcast. That's basically what it's going to be like, right? We do want to do it a live format podcast, so it's going to be on YouTube. Not as video heavy, but we will be on the video, and just definitely have a live element, so you can participate live and also watch after the fact and still enjoy it and get everything out of it. Let's see, Michelle. Let's see, Shonda, Dilly Pickles, Daisy Sojourner, Holly Henderson, T-Rocks. Did I get you? I'm not sure if I got you the first time around. I've got snow, and I'm just north of you, just over here in North Carolina, Virginia border. Amber, keep it. We don't tell my kids. My kids want snow very badly, but I don't, because everything shuts down. French fries here. Rowdy, good morning. T-Rocks, I got you once, I think. Mary Murphy is here. Janice Ashley. Holly Henderson's in Plano, Texas. Okay, canned laughter. This is enough hands. Yes, that's it. I got you. JR, Vicky, Katrina, KH in South Carolina. Not too far, just I think a couple hours from where the trial is this morning. No snow chains in Texas. Bite Me is giving out free hugs and pickles for those in need. If you hit the like button, thank you, Bite Me, for taking care of that. Agent K is here. Norma, I gotcha. I see you there. What was the last one? Hey, are you guys getting... And I missed it. Okay. Tracy, late, down thumbs. I see you. You're late. Nancy, Sharon, Janice. I apologize if I've missed anybody here. Suzanne DeVell. I think I've got most of the people. I keep jumping around. Wait for it. Gives a huge hello. Huge hello. Eagles Prey, good to have you here as well. DMB, the front row uses TARDIS technology. Oh, good stuff. Donna Hyatt, it's cold in Las Vegas, but got coffee and ready for today. Wonderful. Thanks for joining us from Las Vegas. I used to cover work in that area as a regional sales manager. Another story for another day. Miss Winters is here. Jennifer Clark is eating breakfast. MCAT, Becky Lou with grandkids. We'll keep it kid-friendly today. How about that? No pickle talk from Mr. Jensen. Kara Green, 400,000 without power as of this morning. That is awful. That is awful. Okay, I think I got everybody. I do apologize. If I missed somebody, it's not my fault. JM, it's not my fault that I miss you. Let's see. Micah is here. Yucky. Charlie Peterson, good morning to you, Charlie. Good to have you. Dallas, Agent K. I think I'm pretty much caught up. I do apologize. There's just so many people. Casey Jones is present. Rowdy's here with Squirrel. Is that this one? Squirrel! That's that one. Okay. They are not working quite yet, just because we're going to start court here in just a few minutes. But before we do, I want to show you a couple things. We have, let's see. Lindsay sent me something as well. Okay, Lindsay, I don't know if I can play this on the air because of the copyright material, because it's a production. It's not the same. It's not the same as playing a court feed. That's what I'm worried about. So she sent me some links and timestamps to the Murdaugh Murder podcast, which is, oh my goodness, it has so much information. They've been researching this for 3-4 years basically, and this is all they're doing. So she sent me some information about an episode that has the motive on murder confrontation by law firm on day of murders. She's got the PMPED knew long before the roadside shooting. The motive for murder, again, Alex was being investigated by grand jury for obstruction of justice in boat case, subpoenaed for financial records. There's the diverting of the $792,000 that happened as well with Chris Wilson. They knew about the fraud before the September roadside shooting and knew by May of 2021. And they've got when Alex was confronted on there, just tons of stuff, and explains the Chris Wilson bit. Right, Chris Wilson's who we saw in the video, right? The green shirt. Thank you for that, Lindsay. Let me pull up these links. Let me switch. Oh, man. Okay, hang on a second. I've got to share this one to my screen. Share via, not that one, this one. Sorry, you can hear it in the background, but, oh, that's the wrong one. Tell you what, no, not that one. was going to say we'll do it that way anyway, but that won't work. Sorry about the chat looking awful. I'll turn it off while I fix it. Just one second. We'll send it here instead. Okay, get our chat back. I clicked to the wrong button, and Apple was all too kind to oblige. And that's not where I wanted it. Trying to send it to my laptop, and it's not working either. Okay, we're going to have to plug it in. Before I do that, I've got to get one of my other feeds going, so just one second. Bear with me. Just a second. We're waiting for the last feed here. Let's take... What's a good one? We've got WLTX, Law and Crime. I think WCNC was good the other day.
It's officially week 2 of the Alex Murdaugh murder trial in Walterboro, South Carolina. Murdaugh is...
Okay, so that's what he's talking about, but this is a recorded one. Go to channel. Where's the live stream? Okay. I'm not getting there. This is taking forever. We'll have this video here pulled up here in just a second. Let me switch over to... Okay, no feed yet from the court. Basically, this is what we're getting. Sorry, as I'm working here. This is all we have. I'll turn the audio on here while I'm working, just so in case something happens. There we go. And we'll also play a little music. How about that? WCNC was the one we want to watch. Okay, so I got that one set up. That's good. And is the mouse pad going on sale? It's not under other items you have for sale. Let me check it. It should be up. I just need to make a link to it. Some good music. Okay, I do show the mouse pads up there. Let's see if I can pull a link. Got a link. Let me see if I can bring it in chat. This is hard work. I do like this mouse pad. This is the mouse pad with Stephen Lee's artwork. Stephen was able to join us yesterday in chat. His work schedule sometimes keeps him from being here with us in person. But let's see. Okay, if somebody can grab this as I paste this in chat. I think that's huge. Maybe that's too long of a link. That's the link to the mouse pad, the one that I'm using here on my desk. Right here. Let me show you. Or I could use the big camera that's meant for this. Okay, I missed in chat. What's going on? Miss Chris. It's Groundhog Day. Oh, no. Hang on. Miss Chris, please tell me this is not true. We're stuck for 6 more weeks of winter? Oh, man. That's not what we need. I have a sign on my porch that says free snow, shovel all you want. That's funny. Okay, we've got camera feeds out of Law and Crime. We're going to watch those just for a minute because those are a little more interesting than just looking at me. So nothing yet happening. I'm never leaving the house again. 6 weeks of winter. Means 6 more weeks of 70s here in Florida. Brr, Abe, that's awful. I'm sorry you have to go through that cold front. 70 degrees. Are you going to have to wear a long sleeve shirt or shorts and t-shirts still good for you? I'm joking, of course. Donna, I just found the emojis. Here we go. That's going to be one of those days, Donna. Did the email work or should I beat it into submission? Richard, it worked. I accessed it. That was we actually covered the one you sent. We covered that on Monday. And that was you sent the link to, I believe it was the Knoxville, the crazy lady who was trying to get arraigned. The judge was trying to give her a bond and let her out. She's like, if I get out, I'm just going to go commit murder and just finish the job. I'm done with my family. That was bizarre. Really crazy. We covered that. I think that was on Monday. It happened over the weekend. So we covered it then. Or we just got stuck on day 7 of the Murdaugh trial. Of all the days to get stuck on, this would be a good one because of everything that's happening here. This is going to be the big hearing this morning. It's good music to just rock back and forth. There's a lawsuit. Are we still following the antifreeze case? Abe, we did. Yesterday, a verdict came in. Was it yesterday or the day before? All the days run together. I think it was yesterday. At lunchtime, a verdict came in where he was found guilty. Now, it's going to be, next month, I think, before there's a sentencing. Everyone's waiting for this 404B hearing happening here. Van is here, late, but the court hasn't started, so we won't tell the judge you're late. You can get away with one this time. Did Rogan help or hurt AM? Oh my goodness, Jennifer. I think we did a poll yesterday on Rogan, and I believe 60% of the people said he changed their opinion on AM. Now, I would venture a guess that upwards of 90% of those people feel that he changed it. They look at AM now more narrowly, more like not good type thing. We might have to have a poll to clarify that. 63 there in Northeast Florida. That is frigid, Casey. I think most of the rest of the country would trade you in a heartbeat this morning, but I do realize that's pretty cold for the area. It does get colder though. I mean, I know you flirt with the freezing temperatures and sometimes it messes with the orange crops and everything. Waiting to hear what the groundhog predicts for the Maritime. Let's see. Doesn't Brooks have a court hearing today? He does. I'm not going to follow it live. I think it will be pretty brief, and I think he has representation. So it might not be a big deal. Is the Murdaugh Murders with Mandy Matney the right podcast? Murder. There's only one Murdaugh Murders podcast, I believe, Karen. That should be correct. Sean is here. Good to have you, Sean. The big rat has drowned in his hole up here. No shadow, just mud. Sentence in April on Jenks. You're right. It's all the way out till April. The judges, even though the prosecution wanted, do it now. Give him the sentence now. The judge is like, no, I'm going to do the full hearing and everything, and we'll go through the same thing. I don't believe the sentence will be much different than what he has right now. It's probably the same. Lindsay's here. Howdy, y'all. I'm making clips of the timestamps. I'll see if I can add them to a playlist on my channel. Awesome, Lindsay. That sounds great. Send links on the burner phone if you can. We're gonna show a couple videos while we're waiting from this 403 hearing, and I got distracted by mouse pad of all things. Let's see. Trying to see which feed is. I've got 3 feeds going now. I'm trying to see which one is the most current. I think 3 is right here, so we're going to take this one. I'm going to disconnect Law and Crime so we can play a couple videos. Let me get a 3 box ready just so we don't miss a single thing, because this hearing, if it starts, I don't want to miss a word of it. Let's do this guy here. Box source. 1 is going to be 6, 2 is going to be 3, and 3 is going to be me, 1. There we go. Now I apologize because these are just a wee bit small. But let me take this off the screen as well. Clear. Okay. Here we go. So this is the first tweet, the birthday video. And I need some audio in here too, huh?
Happy birthday! Happy birthday to
We'll let this play through twice.
so much. Hey!
Watch at the very end. Look at the guy who comes over and gives him a hug. That guy, right there. That opened the door. That's all it took. About a second of video.
Happy birthday to you. All right. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Thank y'all so much. Hey. Thank you,
Okay,
baby.
And boom. Betrayed with a kiss right there, right? Okay, so that was the first video we saw. That was the birthday video. The other one that we want to see is this guy right here. Oh, that's the birthday one again. Sorry. Is this one? This is very, very brief. So we're gonna take this one again. This is the tree video.
Better than it was, ain't it?
And the important part about this video is what he's wearing. He's got a blue shirt on and like khaki jeans. Let me go a little bit bigger here.
Better than it was, ain't it?
One more time. And it's just a tree that's falling over. I'm not sure if the deer rubbed up against it or hogs or just didn't, maybe it's just a little top heavy. There's too much greenery for the stalk. But that was the other video. So that one's important because of what he was wearing, because that was just hours before the crime, basically. Okay, got the feeds back here. So thank you, Amber, for sending those links to me. I appreciate that. Pam Jams, good morning. Good to have you here as well. Let's see, checking out all the feeds here. Is it working? There we go. That one's working. That one's working. That one's working. Okay, we're good. I think this one's the most current and the best picture. And I have audio. Yep, we're good. All right. Shout out to the mod squad. Yes, the mods are fantastic here. Sean, might be a dumb question, but if the past crimes come in, is that appealable? Yes, Sean. This, depending on how much comes in, they may say that was too prejudicial. That completely tainted the jury. They looked at him because of those crimes and not what he's actually being charged for. So it's a balancing act, and Judge Newman's got to figure out exactly where that falls, and it definitely is a question of appeal. You're going to see objections with whatever he says, and they're going to preserve that objection for the appeal, and note it on the record, and have it a running objection. Southern Girl, I'm from North Carolina. Did Groundhog see his shadow? Whatever he did, I'm not sure which one it is. If he sees his shadow or doesn't, what it means. But apparently, winter is continuing. So bad news. Puxtastani Phil or whoever, or his descendant, did us dirty today. I don't think the judge will allow it because technically the prosecution opened the door to the money issues, and they can't open the door. I think the spell check might have got you on that one. Type that one again, Seven. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Let's see. Miss Wollever made it on time this morning. You are here. Bra-na-na, what's the status of Sarah Boone? We've got an update. The update I gave you yesterday was not complete. There is a lot more that's happening in that case. Basically her lawyer, Bankowitz, we've got some motion in the court right now. Bankowitz is tied up in another trial that's getting pushed and is going to interfere with that. In addition to that, they've asked for $10,000 to pay a private investigator who's probably going to be doing research on the battered spouse end of things, and so that's also a thing. It looks right now that Sarah Boone is not going to happen in April. That it's not going to happen. Judge is here.
Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding.
Let's go to 2. Hang on just one second. Audio on 2. And audio on 3 is off.
Please be seated.
Good morning.
We're so excited for him to be here. Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry I missed your...
First, I want to address the ruling yesterday overruling the objection by the defense to the state's question of the witness on redirect as to whether he was aware of certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th involving Mr. Murdaugh, or Murdaugh.
Mr. Duck.
In the cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Griffin, the witness was asked whether he could think of any reason, the gist of it, if he could think of any reason possible why Mr. Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing. That, in effect, turned the cross-examination of that witness from dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness for Mr. Murdaugh. Among his other areas of inquiry was his being a loving father, great provider, financially secure, things of that nature, all indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements or circumstantially through the evidence that was adduced from that witness. In the court's view, that opened the door for the state to respond by asking questions, as the state did.
I'm going to turn this up just a bit.
Hence, the court overruled the objections. In addition to all of that, the objection was totally inappropriate. As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties early in the trial, that objection should be made and the legal basis stated. An objection of totally inappropriate is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection. That summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue as to those questions yesterday. And that character type evidence was not only sought by from Mr. Gibson, but also, was it Loving? But also Mr. Loving.
Yeah, that was a smackdown on her.
None of that really implicated Rule 404B. One, it opened the door. Number two, it's 404A type reputation, questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules.
So he's saying it didn't open the financial door because it was just character witness stuff.
And thirdly, it addressed an issue raised in the case by the defense.
They're not seeking the death penalty, even though it is a DP state.
In the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening statement throughout. In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case was a reason for the murders to have occurred, and by the defense inquiring of the witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the boating case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue. And that's the basis for the court's ruling as to opening the door, introducing the boating case, and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond. Under Rule 403, yet to be addressed by the court is Rule 404 issues. And those issues will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera. And I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go, prior to addressing any other.
Well, we do have first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person can make the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward with some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404, but that's also going to put some of the 404 issues squarely into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor, with the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread what we needed to be ready to do, but that's kind of what we focused on last night and are ready to address this morning.
I can get the 3 boxes
the court
going.
didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, the jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea had, with greater thought, to have had them come later. But
We're going to have to back up just a little bit.
And I
I'll
don't
get
know
you
how
the 3
long
boxes from law and crime
these
for a
issues
second.
will take to be addressed later. But
We just backed up just a couple
And I
seconds.
don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the 2 law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these 2 witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as relates to Rule 404,
Bless you.
and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to show propensity to commit the crime or a crime, but it may be admitted for certain other reasons, including motive, identity, intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan. Additionally, well, I'll address it later regarding res gestae, but my view of the evidence is that evidence of the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive.
Did you hear that?
Intent, common scheme or plan.
He's allowing it in. The other evidence can be introduced
Given
in this
the
case.
proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the issue of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic an occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime.
Yeah, I think that meets that standard.
This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B, but the courts have addressed that issue in some of the cases, particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County.
Good old Frankie.
In which the res gestae was used as a basis for the courts properly allowing certain evidence, including evidence of commission of an earlier crime, the test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that opinion under res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving its immediate context or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charge that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other, and thus is part of the res gestae of the crime charged. And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involved in that case, the court held that did not require a 403 analysis. because the evidence was properly admitted as part of the res geste, the issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible provided that the proper scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and a logical relationship to the offense for which we're having this trial.
Kathy just came with a gifted membership and hit TA
And
just
additionally, as relates
squarely
to
on the
intent,
numbers. Congratulations, TA.
Evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to get some arguments on the record
for the appeal
for purposes. As
for
to
purposes,
your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character, I would respectfully disagree, and the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering. Not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I want to point out that
I gave the site, federal site. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Federal second. Yeah.
The federal site is 536 F3rd 306.
F3rd, yes.
Yes, sir. And it's important to distinguish the federal crimes for which the defendant in Siegel was charged with. First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud, and that's a specific federal statute, 18 U.S.C. 1512 A1C. She's also charged with impending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further, the indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And under federal Rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, is simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh, murdered Mr. Paul Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes. There's no scheme and artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404. And the court clearly stated that we have not reached any determination on 404, that the basis of the court's ruling was 403, the Boating case, as you introduced through the witness, and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine a scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred.
So now he sounds like he's not
the state is entitled
ruling
to
you on 404.
confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403, opening the door and responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Or they just killed the audio feed from the courtroom.
And overruling your objection yesterday.
Fair enough. I guess I would ask for clarification of hearing outside the where we go from here on their proposed 404B evidence. Yes. Your intention is to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury on their proposed 404B evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I can save all the arguments from then. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you said a witness, whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera hearing, where we need to dismiss the jury for whatever period of time that might be, we can press on with what you have otherwise at this time, and whatever that is what we'll hear.
They did show the birthday
Your Honor,
video
like
in
I said,
court.
we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be Jeannie Seconder from the law firm. If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations for the jury during the course of the day.
All right.
Okay, that's interesting. We've got. He made the argument, and he said it basically would be allowed because it's part of the crime. Basically, it's the motive part of the crime. It's important. You can't leave that part out. It's connected. Now, the state is arguing that is the motive. Defense is saying it's not, clearly. But the judge says he's not actually addressing 404B. He's addressing 403, which was opened basically the character reference portion. So they were able to ask similar questions, but it's based on character reference ruling, not the actual financial crimes part. That's fascinating. So they did show the birthday video in court, and it showed showed a co-defendant in another one of the financial crimes cases. Abby just gifted a membership as well, and I think who got it? Was it Picky? Picky got the membership. Congratulations, Picky, and thank you, Abby, for that. I appreciate that. You guys are amazing. Bama Girl says, I'm so lost. It's okay. They're basically trying to decide what evidence is allowed in. There's a lot of evidence about some financial crimes that Mr. Murdaugh is accused with. A ton of it, like 106 different charges on 16 different indictments or something like that. It's a lot. And if they allow all that in, it will make him look like a bad guy. It would basically be like listing somebody's sins, okay? Reading off everything that he's been accused of doing in front of the jury. That would make him look bad. I mean, if you're only listing the bad things somebody does, that makes him look really bad. The judge is basically saying on the 403B, which is the financial, the prior acts thing, the financial information, that he's going to wait and see, like as it comes up in court, as witnesses come up and it's presented, he's sort of going to address it like to the amount that it comes up in court. He's not going to make a blanket ruling saying it's allowed all in or not. But he did sort of, I think, show his hand a little bit in saying that if it's part of the crime, it's an essential part of the crime, then it would be allowed. Taking it one at a time. Judges can't go to sleep. Hey, see you, Bob. Sounds like you got to work safely.
The voice and message.
What was that? Was that Susan? It says, please select a voice and message. My apologies. thank you for the super chat. If you have a question or something that you wanted to go along with that, please let me know. And if I miss it, just throw your hands up in the air. Susan, appreciate that. Let's see. Do the YouTube things like the stream, y'all. Initially, I thought no way he pulled the trigger, but I'm starting to think he did. Okay, Elizabeth, you know, with all we're watching, everything we're seeing, still none of it is actually linking him to pulling the trigger. The closest we're getting is we're putting him at the scene, which is enough circumstantial evidence, which is admissible in court, that a reasonable person may be able to reach that point and say conclusion and say, we believe he was the shooter. You know, that's, for me, that's a reasonable conclusion. There's no reasonable doubt. Some will get let in creatively. We know already some has, because they've talked about $790,000 stolen from his law firm. That's what came up last night. That was because of that picture. All because of that man in the green shirt gave Alec a hug right in the last second of that video. And they said, "Who is that?" As you're showing this video that shows just how much everyone loves Alec. Who's that last guy who gives him a kiss and a big hug? And yeah, he's a co-defendant in a financial crime case. So, you know, that guy would do anything for him because they're in hot water together, is basically what they're saying. Rich Buddy, do you know the other 100 non-violent charges against him would amount to only probation or 6 months of lockup? My business partner stole $2 million from an old lady. That's all he got. Rich, I don't know. I don't know if this would be more serious because he stole from clients as a legal representative. The court, granted, there's probably guidelines, you know, a range which they can settle on, but it's basically like I don't know. He's making court look bad. He's tainting the whole image, and I think that the process would be more strict on him because of the position he held and lean towards the heavier end of the sentences. But I don't think he'd spend life in prison, even if he was found guilty on all of those. So I see your point there. I want to know why he lied about being on the scene. Jenny, initially he said he wasn't there. There was some talk of, if you looked online, about the as we're analyzing all his remarks that he's given to the police, there was some talk where he said, "Oh, I went over here and then I went back to the kennels," and that back to the kennels was actually supposedly the first time he went to the kennels. He did use the word back in there, and trying to think that through. It's like, well, if it were in the back of the property, I understand, but it's in the front of the property. So I don't understand why he would use the term back like that, saying he went back to the kennels. I think that's right there in the same category as the I/they did him wrong. It might be a slip up. It might be him misspeak and, you know, a slip of some sort where his guilt is starting to show through, as it's just so hard to have a perfect alibi and story. Bite Me says, "I'm still stuck on no security system. He felt it may be retaliation for the boat accident if things had gotten that bad. Why no security system? It's not like he didn't have the money." Bite Me, the sort of what the state is saying is he didn't have the money. He lived this flamboyantly luxurious life, and I'm not sure if that's the right word, but just on the outside to everyone else, he looked wealthy. He had the boats, he had the toys, he had the gun, he had the land, he had, you know, hunting. He lived the lifestyle of the rich, but they're going to bring up possible drug habit information that might have cost a lot of money. They're going to bring up all these other crimes where he was basically robbing from one person because, you know, he needed to keep that same lifestyle up, and it was beyond his income, and he dug himself a hole that he was getting deeper and deeper in, and the crimes, I think, had to grow over time. Maui Girls here, 5 a.m. They're in Hawaii, just in time to agree with the judge. You're still in Hawaii, right? Yeah, you're 5 hours ahead, I think, or behind. Will the defense submit all the family photos? Probably. They'll try. Tony Fortune says, "Please humor me. Was Alex fired the day of the murders?" Yes. I think that's the day it came to head. And we haven't had that testimony yet, as far as that side of it. And I think that will come in probably today, because that's the state's going to start with what they're allowed to play with, and they're allowed to play with that $790,000 number. They've already brought that in. The jury's already heard that. So they're going to work that wedge in. Let's see. It sounds like the judge could be leading to allow financial troubles in as a motive, i.e. his wife's insurance policy, for example. Yeah, and if he allows that, then do they allow the suicide for hire hitman information in? Because that also would be an insurance policy collection for his son Buster, for the family. So, Adam Nuske is now diving deep into the legal journals because we brought up some terminology. Can we see the birthday video again? I'm wondering if they were more than partners. No, I think it was just a kiss on the cheek and a hug, or maybe just a whisper in the ear and a hug. I say kiss because it looked like that, but I think the average person might consider that was a kiss. The problem is it messes with our timing. We're just getting synced up here. We've got all our 3 video feeds going. I need one more cable. I need the 41st cable to be able to bring in one more video source and be able to feed stuff in from the phone. So I'll work on that. Actually need an adapter and a cable. For those that really want to know, I need a Lightning to HDMI adapter. So I can plug my phone in straight to the switcher. But we'll get that figured out. I've got several around here, I think. I just need to find them. This is like that's like when they didn't let the note in for the Jensen trial. That was a little different. Always on a go, because that note was used as testimony against Mark Jensen in the first trial, where he was not allowed to cross-examine the witness, and that's the reason why they didn't allow the note in, because he has the right to cross-examine his accusers, and that's why it didn't go that way. That's how the mega rich operate. The ironic thing is he stole from his clients to afford his lifestyle. Yep. Who is that guy? I really want to sneak in the back door so I can bring a tsunami of evidence through said door. That guy, let me pull up his name. His name escapes me right now. The green shirt dude, right? Green shirt is... Let me find it. It's probably already in chat because you guys are smarter than me. Okay. I think we're hearing from the Snapchat guy first. Let's see. Chris Wilson. Thank you, Queen Olive, Casey, Colton Mom, everybody. Sorry, I got sidetracked looking at Twitter. Chris Wilson's the guy in the green shirt. Coworker and also accused or tied up in these crimes a little bit. Did he pay for all the guns, trucks, ATVs, drugs, house, and everything else he did if he didn't have the money? He did have the money. It was just someone else's money. Always on a go. He stole from other people to pay for those things. And he had like a lot of people trying to find him, as far as to find out what the problem is. I've been searching for the SLED exhumation and autopsy results of Gloria Setterfield, the housekeeper. Nothing on the internet regarding results. That's some deep dive. Good luck on that, Mo. And if you do find something, I would definitely be interested in seeing that. If you could send it to the burner phone. Flamboyantly luxurious is my new life goal. It's a nice goal. We'll go ahead and pin that one to the wall and look at that on the mirror every morning. It was a lifestyle he couldn't afford. Let's see. I'm not it does go to motive for sure, the financial stuff. See, Chris Wilson was who signed over the checks directly to Alex from the Lafita case. And that was like the $3.9 or $4.9 million settlement that was supposed to go to his client that he just took. Right, Suzanne? He convinced Chris to sign it over directly to him. His son did die just recently, just a few weeks, I think, before this trial began, or a couple months. I'm not sure which was the case. But the judge has had a recent loss in the family.
Come to order.
Turn the mics on just in time for the bailiff to yell at everybody, which I think is a regular occurrence in this courtroom. We just normally don't hear it. We got to hear it yesterday, and now our ears are ringing.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. We do have, again, that custodian witness. Then I think we would have to, we are rolling some
Custodian
additional
witness
witnesses,
is
but I think at that
Snapchat.
time we would have to break and do at least the first in-camera witness. Again, I think that may set the table for a lot of subsequent things. And then we can have some additional work outside of any 404 stuff in the afternoon, Your Honor. But certainly happy to
It's going to be a good morning.
do that, or if you want, we can put up some multiple witnesses on the in-camera here today.
So I think as it relates to each alleged bad act, it must be the court must be informed and proffer and addressed separately. Of course, some may be a series of things occurring almost simultaneously, so that may be a different scenario. But we'll see how it goes. We're ready to proceed with the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. I think we're almost in sync on our videos here. We need a course on terminology for sure. We just need a little quick reference guide for some of these terms. Rumor has it there was no insurance policies on Maggie and Paul, and perhaps Alex thought those two would testify against him in financial trial. That's interesting, Kit. Apparently, if there was any butt grabbing that went on in that birthday video, it's just normal. Everybody does it. Doesn't mean anything. Make an Amazon wish list. My wish list would all be cables. I love cables.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Day number 9. State's case. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
Ann starts her second month membership. Congratulations, Ann. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. This is Snapchat, I think. Custodial witness, right? So that she's the one that had the record of the video or something.
You affirm the testimony by the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Heidi Galore. Last name is spelled Galore.
Morning, Heidi. Scoot up to that mic, would you?
Please, court. Good morning, Ms. Galore. Where do you work?
Good morning. I work for SNAP Incorporated.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead, so I assist with and help manage a team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process. I'm sorry. Sure.
Oh,
our team responds to legal process submitted to our company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
All right. So you're in charge of responding to search warrants or subpoenas from law enforcement or other legal entities?
That's
correct.
What she said.
All right. And briefly, please, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat, it's an application that was created by Snap Incorporated to help people express themselves. People can connect to their friends, people they know, and I guess you could consider it a social networking type of application.
Is social media another word that could be used for Snapchat?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other messages?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other pictures or videos?
Yes.
And in the normal course of its business, does Snapchat keep records if the user so chooses?
Yes.
What kind of records does Snapchat keep?
Everything.
Basic subscriber information, content that was sent to and from folks, IP logs, geolocation, depending on the settings of the user.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305 and 304. I'm going to ask if you recognize these two items.
Yeah, I tried to install it on my phone. It said the user was too old for the application to work properly.
Yes.
And what are you holding?
The paper here is the basic subscriber information for the user that was produced in the search warrant.
And what's that CD?
The CD contains the full production of files that was sent to your agency, requested from the search warrant.
All right. And that was a search warrant from SLED?
Yes.
That Snapchat responded to?
Correct.
Okay. And you said there was subscriber information on that piece of paper, correct?
Yes.
And is that also located on the CD and the digital records?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to go back to it real quick. And, Your Honor, at this time, State would move these into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
This is chain of custody.
I'm going to hand you back State's
information.
304.
Authenticating the video.
And you indicated that was subscriber information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And could you read for the jury the subscriber information for the information on the account that you provided in response to the search warrant?
Sure. The username is listed here. The username is listed here as Paul9499. Common spelling for Paul. The email address listed here is paulmurdaugh7845@gmail.com. This was created, the account was created on Saturday, May 18th, 2013. There's a creation IP, but it's not listed here. Sometimes it's captured at the time of creation of the account. This case, it doesn't seem to be. Phone number listed here is 803-842-7845. Display name is listed as Paul Murdaugh, and the status is active.
Okay. And when somebody uses a telephone number, for example, to create a Snapchat account, does Snapchat verify that number?
If the user wants to verify the phone number, yes, they can, but it's not required.
Okay. And what about the email? Is that required?
Not required either, no.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 306. This is already in evidence. And I believe this is a CD. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, I do.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, I have.
And what is on the contents of that CD?
It's a video of a subject near a tree, and it's a short video with some audio.
Okay. And did that video, was that part of the full search warrant return that we just talked about?
Yes.
All right. And did you take a look at that video and the records contained in the other CD to determine when that video was first uploaded and first sent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about the upload. Was it uploaded to something called Memories?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what is Memories? What does that function with Snapchat?
Memories is kind of like a bucket where you can save your data. You can either create a video or some sort of photo on the app itself and save it to your memories so that it's always there when you need it, or you can upload from your camera, your phone, into Memories to then send to folks later, or just have it in there.
So is that a form of saving, like saving something in the cloud?
Correct, yes. It'll be on the server.
All right. And in reviewing these records, did you determine when this account uploaded that particular video to Memories?
Yes. This video was first seen on Memories on June 7th, 2021 at 7:39 hours Eastern.
And did Snapchat also keep a record when an individual sends out a communication?
Yes.
And did you determine, reviewing the records, whether excuse me, that account sent out that particular video?
Yes, it was sent on the same day, June 7th, 2021 at 7:56 hours Eastern Time.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to show you, if you look at your monitor in front of you, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306, and see if you recognize it. And did you recognize that video?
That didn't show up on the...
The jury's like, we didn't see it.
I'm sorry. Can we get it on the screen? My apologies.
The jury just about jumped over the bench there at him.
Okay. What's going on?
We need a HDMI cable to the courtroom. Stat. Somebody stole the HDMI cable. Everybody.
Try it again. Sorry about that. Can you see the what's on your screen right now?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to play that one more time.
This is the tree video.
Okay. And do you recognize that video, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. And is that video, the video we just discussed, that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return?
Yes.
That you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. and sent at 7:56 p.m.?
Yes.
No further questions.
It's the little tree falling over. We showed it earlier in the video, Kelly. It's like a 3 or 5 second video.
Morning.
Can we pull up the Snapchat video, just have it frozen on a screenshot?
It'll be on that curved screen on the bottom if it stays in the shot. If I'm in the way, I'll move. Oh, nope. That doesn't work. If I'm in the way, I'll take up the whole screen. How about that?
I think it's plugged into this computer.
The tree's not important. It's in the background by his back left elbow as well. It's the fact that he's wearing a blue shirt and khaki pants a couple hours before the cops
part of
see him
what
in a white
Snapchat
t-shirt
gave
and
to the
shorts.
state on July 6th, is that of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the state had this on July 6, 2021 in the state's possession.
I believe so, yes.
This information. And you testified that this was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. on the 7th of June, correct?
Correct.
Is that exactly when this video was shot?
I can't tell that information from the production.
Are you certain that's not something that could be told from the perhaps the metadata for the video file?
There was no metadata produced for this production. It wasn't requested, so it wasn't produced.
So if someone were to right-click on this video file and you know where it has various metadata that pops up on the screen, would we see a media created date?
I don't know.
Well, let's see if we would. Court's indulgence for a moment.
Okay, you might see the date that the file was created. I mean, that could change. Okay, this will be interesting. Hang on one second here.
Can you see on the screen the metadata for this file?
Yes.
And does it say June the 7th, 2021 at 7:38 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds
and
right.
So this was shot basically a minute before it was uploaded. Is that correct?
It appears so, yeah.
And I'm sorry if that seems picky, but in this case, you know, every minute and every second, you know, can matter. Does Snapchat keep a list of, and I might be getting the terminology wrong, friends or contacts that Paul would have had on Snapchat?
Yes.
Was that list produced?
No.
And why was that list not produced?
It wasn't requested in this case.
And you mentioned earlier geolocation data. Was that produced?
No, not in this case.
And why was that not produced?
I don't believe it was requested.
Is it possible for...
yes, he's here again today.
Don't know how it works. For some or all of Paul's friends to have access to his location through the app?
Yes, if his settings were... if he made his settings visible, his geolocation visible to his friends, yes.
And would that information about whether that was that setting was in place to allow that, is that something that Snapchat would have had available to produce?
I'm not sure I'm not sure about that. If you can see that it's actually turned on or off.
Was that requested?
No.
This is a big case, and it has a lot of publicity, and he's an elected official. You can do the math on that one to see why he would want to be here on the front row.
No further questions.
Possibly he just wants to win. He just wants to win. But possibly he thinks this might be good for his career. He might be here as, it's free publicity, and that's expensive when you're an elected official. You want to take advantage of that every time you can. I have seen him participate actively in this, in some discussions back and forth. So he's not just there as a spectator. He is a professional. He is an attorney.
State's next witness would be Jeannie Sechinger.
He just happens to be the state's top attorney.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are matters that must be addressed outside of your presence. I do not know exactly how long it would take, but I do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you
for the day.
After you speak for the bailiff, we're going to take a recess with the jury while we deal with these matters. Let's see now. You all have lunch coming at what time?
Usually 1.
Nobody knows.
1:15.
1 o'clock. 1:15. All right. Well, we won't need you before lunch. So if you'll go to the jury room and wait for further instructions, but we'll be having you all take a break until around that time.
Okay, so this is good because we get some frank discussion when the jury's not here. They can say things outside the presence of the jury that they wouldn't be able to say in the presence of the jury. Because some of this the judge has to hear before he can rule on it. So we're going to hear stuff that may not be allowed in court. People are saying, first of all, MB, what is metadata? There is think of it like as buried information. If you were to look at a picture on a phone, you'd think that picture is just what you see. What you see is what you get. But there's some numbers and data and timestamps, even geolocation, like where the photo was taken, that's buried in the file, in the actual file. If you get in and look at that metadata, you can extract all this other information. As far as photographers will tell you, there's information about what camera took the picture. What the settings were, what the f-stop was, the shutter speed. All this information can be buried in the metadata of a file. So an image is a lot more than just an image. And so what he was doing there is asking the Snapchat lady, if we right-click on this and look, and he was really looking just at the top layer of metadata. One of the things he can see is when the file was created, and it gave that timestamp. Great question, though. Is Nancy in the court today? I don't know. You will see the court is packed today, and it's packed because actually a local preparatory academy has basically all their students here. They lined up and have basically filled the courtroom, and so it was standing room only apparently.
All right. Again, the state would call Jeannie Sechinger.
Come on, Jeannie. Was it Jenny or Jeannie? Yeah, that's all they need from Snap. She's a custodial witness. She's not an expert witness. She doesn't give analysis. She's basically saying, here's the file, here's what was asked for, here's what we sent, these are the timestamps. Yes, that was it. It's authenticating the evidence. The Groundhouse saw 6 more weeks of winter, is what the Groundhouse saw.
Spell your last name.
Jury has to leave because the judge is going to hear things he hasn't decided yet regarding financial information.
My name is Jeannie Sechinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Sechinger, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
Good. Let me fix this Elmo real quick.
It probably won't do much background because the background's for the jury. Like, who are you? Tell me about your family.
You understand we're here right now outside of the presence of the jury for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of your testimony.
I do.
And just very quickly, if you would, give us a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the background that I went in front of the jury.
Right, that's what I was just saying.
Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay, I graduated with a BS in accounting from USC, went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in 1999, I came to work at PMPED, which is Peters Murdaugh Parker, as a temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, anything business and insurance and HR related.
Okay, and that's for whom?
For Peters Murdaugh Parker, Elstrop, and Dietrich.
All right, so that's PMPED?
Correct.
And that's the law firm that Alex Murdaugh used to work for?
Correct.
Does that have a different name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group, LLP.
They dropped the M.
Right.
Murdaugh's gone.
So just very quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go through sort of the financial side of your job duties as it existed for PMPED back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my financial duties are, actually I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and reconcile accounts, provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes, also prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed and
She's
anything
like
HR related.
I want to ask you a little bit about the financial structure of how PMPED works, if I could. And if you could explain that a little bit. People often think of lawyers as
Tom,
partners,
remind me on the break.
Are they called
Okay.
partners under the employment agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdaugh Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
It did.
The jury's in a room where they're monitored and they don't have TVs
let's just call them a quote partner. If you're a partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPED structure back in 2021 and prior?
So every partner received a base salary that they would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end-of-the-year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily, after overhead and over expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total.
Right. But that distribution would not take place until when?
Usually the last week of December.
Yes, sir.
Waters, there's distracted. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back a second, Joe, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again, explain to the court how that worked. How are partners, and we're going to call them loosely that term, how are they compensated?
Okay. Partners are employed salaries who are paid a biweekly paycheck throughout the year with a base salary of $125,000. And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year, that divided up the remaining profits of the firm based upon the percentage of revenue each attorney brought in to the total.
All right. So when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation at the end of the year after all overhead is paid.
Correct.
Is there also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is. You would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead, and once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
All right. So you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead, just generally?
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide equipment, office supplies, postage, etc.
Right. And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for this 7.5% as well, correct?
That's right.
All right, and then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes.
And when does that take place?
The last week of the year, generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
Basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C Corp entity, so the objective is to get it out to the partners and avoid double taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need a budget.
So they get paid mostly in a bulk payment once a year.
All right, let me show you what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 310 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is the employment agreement each shareholder/partner would have signed.
Okay. And I just want to direct your attention to number 2, and if you could tell the court what that provision that's signed by all the partners says.
It says the employee accepts such employment and agrees that the employee will devote the employee's entire time and endeavor to the employer's business.
All right. And then number 3, if you could read that to the court, please.
Services for the benefit of the employer. All professional services rendered by the employer shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
Okay. Now tell me what that means.
That means that all fees earned should come through payable to PMPED.
All right. And so if a lawyer earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No.
Is that a hard rule to understand?
No.
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
Just one guy.
Pretty easy and hard and fast rule in that firm, correct?
That's right.
If you get the money written straight to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you?
Yeah.
That would be stealing it.
Stealing it. Please, could y'all turn the screen for me? All right. So.
No, this isn't tax fraud yet. This is straight embezzlement. Stealing money that belonged to the company. He accrued fees, and it's supposed to go to the company, and he kept it.
2 and 3 are the provisions you were just referring to?
That's correct.
Yes, this is what we're doing right now. This is outside the presence of the jury. They're bringing this up. The judge is going to rule on the admissibility of it.
How long have you known Alex?
If he allows it, we'll hear this twice.
I've known Alex since I was in high
in front of
school,
the
so
jury.
roughly 40 years.
And how long have you worked with him, or did you work with him?
About 23, 24 years, since 1999.
And
white-collar crime here.
Did he have a lucrative practice in your observation?
Yes, he did well.
Was he sometimes getting as much as 7 figures in the end of the year?
He has.
Are you familiar with what's been called the boat case?
Yes.
And tell me what your understanding of the boat case is, just generally. What was that?
Generally speaking, it was an accident that several children got in one evening where it was in Paul's, or the Murdaugh's boat. Paul was accused as the driver, and there were a lot of civil suits and some criminal proceedings going on related to that crime.
And following the boat case, is it your understanding that Paul Murdaugh was charged?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Alex Murdaugh was civilly sued?
Yes.
And there was ongoing civil litigation at the time Paul and Maggie were murdered?
That's correct.
After the boat case happened, did you and Alec ever have any discussions about structuring fees?
We did. We did in late May of 2021. Right about the end of the month, we had some discussions about Hirschberger. A disbursement came through that he had tried to send his fees to a structured settlement. And the conversation was that he had done it improperly, because to structure fees properly, it has to be part of the release. It has to go straight from the insurance company, straight to the structured annuity place. And we would need to be told about it in our firm so we could account for it in our 7.5%. But in this particular case, Alec had sent the money directly to Forge. We discussed the fact that it would not be any tax benefit to him, and at that point in time he said he was not really worried about the tax benefit of it, and he said he was trying to put some money in Maggie's name due to the boat wreck, and that he was trying to figure out if he was going to structure fees for the future.
Okay. Did he say he was trying to do a favor for anyone too?
He did say he was friends with Michael Gunn, who is the owner of, or one of the operators of Forge, and that he was going to try to put up to about $250,000 into a structure as a favor for Michael Gunn.
All right, when you say Forge, what are you talking about?
So Forge is a company that does structured annuities.
Do you know the full name real quick?
It's Forge Consulting.
All right, let's call it Forge Consulting.
Okay, Forge Consulting.
All right, tell me about Forge Consulting and what they are.
They're a company that will do structured annuities for clients. They'll do structured fees for attorneys. They do some wealth management. They do minor pool trust. They have several different things that they do. I think they've branched out into insurance coverage now. They provide a lot of financial tools.
Now, when you say that you had a conversation with him about him supposedly structuring fees, how did this come to your attention?
It came to my attention over the fact that a disbursement, one of my secretaries or my assistant brought to me, that had been brought to her attention by Alex secretary or paralegal Annette Griswold, and came and asked me if this was proper, and then came to me after the fact, and that's when I went and had conversations with Alec about this.
Okay. And so had the money already been paid?
Yes.
And you went to Alec and you asked, what's this about?
Yes.
And he said, I'm doing what?
I'm just trying to defer and put money into Maggie's name and structure some fees.
Did he tell you where that money had gone? What was your belief where that money had gone after you talked to Alec?
My belief was it had gone to Forge Consulting.
The real entity,
Yes.
Forge Consulting?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 311 and see if you recognize that series. I think there's 4 documents in there.
Yes, these are the Hirschberger settlement documents, which is the case that we're talking about, the fee that he sent as a structure.
Okay. And are there 1 or 2 in there ultimately?
There are ultimately 2. There's one that's structured to look like fee, and then the other one was structured to look like it was client's money that was being sent on the client's behalf.
Which one were you aware of at the time?
I was aware of the fee one for the $83,333.33.
All right. At the time, did you think that any money had been misappropriated or stolen, or did you just think Alec was trying to sort of divert some money because of the boat case, but not necessarily anything misappropriated at that time?
We were not thinking about him misappropriating funds or stealing any client funds. What we were concerned about was he was trying to either defer income by leaving it in somebody's trust, or either trying to put some money into Maggie's name to avoid things for the boat accident.
We can do an update during a break if you want, Broadway.
Who's concerned?
Myself and some of the partners.
Why are y'all concerned about him potentially trying to put money in a structure or in Maggie's name because of the boat case?
Well, because that would be wrong, and we did not want any part of that.
That's blurring the lines between the cases. The finances should be clear. They should be spelled out and go exactly as they should according to the documents. But this is mixing the two things.
Let me put this up on the screen real quick.
Not really a Ponzi scheme. Ponzi's tend to get people to invest in something
this
that's
document right here?
That it's more like a pyramid.
Yes, that's the document that is in question with $83,333.33 fee sent to Forge.
All right, and right there, tell me what this disbursement sheet is very quickly. Explain that to the court.
So this is where the client recovered $250,000. You can see it came from 3 different insurers, and we would take a portion of our fee. Generally, this looks like a third, and our expenses of $9,300. The Sedgwick claims would have been a lien that we were paying off, and then the $140,678.55 would have been the money dispersed between the beneficiaries of that estate.
And what is this line right here?
That would represent the fee.
All right. At this point in time, had you actually seen the check that was made out for those fees?
I don't recall if I actually looked at it at that point in time.
And normally fees, where would they go?
Normally, if fees would come to us and we would deposit into our income account, what we call our income account.
Okay. So fees come in from somebody who pays a settlement. Where do they go initially? What account do they go in?
To the income account, the PMPD operating income account.
Okay. Fees go in there?
Yes.
All right. When a settlement comes in, where does it go?
It goes into a client trust account for the benefit of the client.
And then the portion of that is allocated for fees, it goes from the trust account to where?
To the income account.
Okay. It usually doesn't go out to Forge Consulting or anything like that?
No.
After you had that conversation at Alec, did you follow up any more on the matter?
We had a couple of conversations about it in relation to when we were having some other conversations, but we didn't really readdress this again until late September, late August, early September.
Did you kind of put it on the back burner?
I did. I was at that point, it had been done, and I was trying to figure out how we were going to account for it on our books, and just kind of had it out there as a reminder to try to put in my mind later to see if anything else had been done like that, or to see if he was going to try to do that again.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to Alex Murdaugh's practice in his business?
It did.
And tell me what that was, please.
So this was a case called the Ferris versus Mack truck case. And on a Monday, I believe it was May 24th, Annette Griswold called me and said that she had something she needed to discuss with me. I was out of the office that day in our Waldoboro office, but when I returned, we met. And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check.
Green shirt
and that
from the
is
birthday
itself
video.
is odd generally.
And why is that odd? Why did Annette call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the expense check, but not the fee check.
Right. Most of the time we receive them together. Well, Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant, Nicole, to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee, and at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March, and this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris, or Vicki informed Annette?
Vicki informed Annette of that.
All right. So why is that a concern to you that now you're hearing the fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check he hasn't turned into us that is properly payable to PMPD, or he's received a check payable to him.
All right. And when you were considering the possibility that he perhaps received a check payable to him, aside from that being stealing, as you earlier testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the boat wreck.
Hide money from the boat wreck. All right, stand by for me.
Okay, this is going deep into how the financials of the payments in an attorney's business. All the money going back and forth. This is deep stuff. This lady's an expert in it, though. This is what she does, and so she's being very clear, but it's just extremely technical. It's like an expert witness testifying on DNA. A lot of us, our eyes sort of glaze over here.
Exhibit 312, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the expense check that we received in the Ferris matter.
Okay. And,
from Wilson Law Group.
Just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what's in that packet.
They'll definitely need to.
The rest of the packet is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check.
They'll need to package this in a way the jury can really understand and connect the dots.
Then the rest of it, the second, what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
Okay, keep going.
Next page is the deposit, where it says Bank of America deposit only, and it looks like ACH. That looks like it actually looks to me like Alex initials, and then it says Bank of America.
Is there a series of emails after that?
Series of emails starts with Vicki Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact that their bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed.
All right, let me put those emails up on the screen. I believe there's no objection versus this hearing.
They won't object during this. Possibly to when the jury's there.
So this is email, and Annette Griswold. Explain to the judge who Annette Griswold is, please.
Annette Griswold is one of Alex's primary paralegals.
Okay. And right here, this is an email that was ultimately sent to you as part of bringing this to your attention?
Yes.
All right. And what is she asking right there?
She said, why just expenses and no fee?
All right, and what was the response there?
Dear friend, it is only cost because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed.
Okay. So, and that's informing you that Chris Wilson's office says they already got the fees.
Correct.
All right. After that, did you have a conversation with Annette what to do?
I did. I actually talked with Lee Cope. Went to Lee. Sometimes a lot of the partners are not in the office, and Lee Cope was the one who was in the office. So I went to talk to Lee about what we should do. And of course, Annette was worried about getting, ramifications if she was wrong and didn't want to be in trouble. So Lee and I decided to take it over from there. And the course of action that we decided upon was that I would send an email to Annette requesting the disbursement, the supporting documents, and the general ledger printout from Chris Wilson's office, which is what we keep in our office.
All right, and if we go right here, is that the email you're speaking of right there?
That is.
All right, what's the date on that?
May 27th.
All right, and so then what happens to that email from there if we look over to the next page?
So apparently Vicki in Chris Wilson's office was on vacation, so on June 2nd, Annette clarifies with Vicki what exactly we were looking for. And again, she asked for the full disbursement paperwork, including the disbursement sheets, expenses, supporting docs, and ledger.
All right, and you're included on that email?
I am CC'd, yes.
Okay. All right, did y'all ultimately get a response on that?
Vicki responded that she would have to send that email to Chris because she did not have privy to that information. So that was on the 2nd. The next day, Alec came into my office early and asked me why I needed that information and assured me that the money was in Chris Wilson's account and that they could get it any time.
Okay. And did y'all discuss anything further when you had that conversation?
Just that we needed to get it, or I needed proof that it was there, that it was necessary to get it. At that point, I didn't indicate to him that I thought it was missing. I was just asking for the documentation.
And that was on what day?
It was sometime in between June 2nd and June 7th.
Okay. All right. On June 7th, did the issue come back to a head?
The issue did come back to heads.
And just clear, this is June 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And how much were these fees supposed to be, did you know?
$792,000 in total.
And to this point, the firm had not received those fees, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris Wilson's office is saying initially, we already dispersed them.
Yes. And Chris Wilson's not saying anything to me.
Was, to your knowledge, was an inquiry made to Chris Wilson at that time?
We had not inquired Chris Wilson other than requesting this information at this point in time.
Sorry, just resyncing the audio here with this
So tell me
picture.
about June 7th. How does that go?
So on June 7th, I was going to make another run at finding out from Alec if we had their information. I went upstairs to his office is on the second floor, and he was leaning on a file cabinet outside his office. And he turned and looked at me when I came up and said, "What do you need now?" And gave me a very dirty look, not a look that I'd ever received from Alec, from just kind of frustrated with me look, which made me go, "Oh, you want to know? Let's go in your office." So we went in the office and closed the door, and at that point I told him that I had reason to believe that he had received the funds himself and that I needed proof that he had not.
Received those fees himself?
Yes.
And I needed proof that they were not?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me again that he assured me that the money was there and that he could get it. And at that point I said, I'm just trying to do my job, and if I don't get this paperwork and verify that with these questions, I'm not doing my job. He actually acted like he respected that, and again said that that money was there and that he again was trying to decide what he was going to be doing with it.
And did y'all get to conclude that conversation, or just something interrupted?
We did not. He took a phone call in the middle of that conversation. That phone call was about his father who was in the hospital, that he was going to be terminal, and that there was nothing else they'd be able to do for his father. So that changed the mood of the conversation. We quit talking about business, and I immediately asked about him and his family and his dad, and we got talking as friends at that point, concern over the family. And after that, I shortly left, so it briefed and cut down the conversation.
All right. You'd come in there asking for proof where that money was, because you had reason to believe he took it, and then the conversation ultimately got short by the call about his father.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation later in the day with Alec?
I did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember that because I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4 o'clock, my office extension rang, and at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balances because he stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week, and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? Yeah. No, he had asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he was calling to ask me about that. But I was surprised that he was in the building working on it.
Now, why was that?
I just thought he was leaving to deal with his father.
Because that interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
Is that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of them, but I did not get confirmation until I received a text from the partner roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were you shocked by that?
Yes.
Scared?
Yes.
Worried?
Yes.
Worried for Alec?
Worried for everybody, yes, especially Alec.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant?
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you and the partners have a discussion about what to do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did. We did not the week of the murders because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders, and then his father also passing away. But when we got back around to it, Lee and Mark Ball and I were the ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
in the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted. Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody wanted to harass him about nothing that we thought was really missing. We had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Lee said, and you could speak to him more clearly, but Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently Chris Wilson has the gift of gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
All right. Ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
From Alec.
And what is that the email up on the screen that you're talking about right now?
It is.
All right. And we see $600,000 for Andrew Ferris and $192 for Denise. Explain that breakdown, if you would, please.
So there's two parties in this case, and apparently there was two recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like Andrew's portion, the fee for his settlement was the $600,000, and Denise's was $192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this $792,000?
No.
Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
Yes.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
Yes.
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
That would have been in September, after we found some other misappropriations and we had confronted Alec and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to Alec. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. In early September 2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that and decided I was going to go through and look and make sure that he had not tried to already defer something else that we had missed. And at that point, I decided to print a ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as I did that, I started printing all the documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and Alex Murdaugh's signature. And everyone that came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there in the office that day, and had him look at them. He also believed that they were Alex signatures on the back of these checks.
All right, and just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account?
Yes.
And they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
The endorsement and the Bank of America on the back, and the fact that it looked like Alex signature.
Okay. All right. And so you talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien. We also talked to Lee Cope that night about it, and Lee, we came to the plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America. And they had Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients, the ones that you were pulling off of your system that had payments to Forge at Bank of America?
We did. We gave him a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave him a few names that we had, and he verified that those Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right. Around this time, did Annette bring you anything, and that this is all going on?
Yes, so this is completely independent and coincidental. Annette, the same afternoon of September 2nd, was in his office trying to look for something, and when she moved to file, a check fell out. When the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313, states for purposes of this hearing. You recognize that?
That's the check.
This is the actual check that was found, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, hold on for me real quick. It's got an endorsement on the back. Let me ask you this. You've worked with Alex Murdaugh for how long?
23 years, roughly.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes.
Can you recognize it when you see it?
Yes.
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
That's his signature in
This is
handwriting.
writing?
What is copies of these various exhibits for the court?
Yes, sir.
This is big stuff.
And Your Honor, if you'll just give me 1 second, I'll hand the exhibits we're talking about up to the court as well. But up on the screen, is this the check?
Yes. Yes.
And then on the back, whose writing is that?
Alex.
Can't see it. This is the best view I've got of the monitor right now.
Once you started printing out all those Forge ones that had Alex writing on it at Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given them?
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present. We discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in and showed what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
Okay. And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Okay. Did he ask for a leave of absence to your?
I think he tried to do a few other things before resigning, but we made him resign.
After the decision was made to resign, was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made. Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday. and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do and announce it the first of the week.
She's practically swallowed that microphone.
So we're in the weekend, September 3rd, September 4th, something like that?
Yes.
Is that Labor Day weekend?
Yes.
What's the next thing you recall hearing about Alex?
The next thing I heard about Alec was I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was Suzanne Peoples with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salcahatchee?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
You know, nobody knew what to think. A lot of thoughts went through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger that was going to get more of us in trouble? And just fear.
All right. As the months went on after that, did y'all continue to review your records looking for additional misappropriations?
We did. We immediately decided, once we found this out on September 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively going to look for anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and provided information from them. So this took most of September, gathering all this information and going through all of our stuff to figure out what else we had missed or what else had occurred.
You've already described the checks to the Forge account at Bank of America, which was a fake Forge account, is that correct?
That's right.
Was there another manner in which Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we've also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay, and generally explain how those were working.
So those were working on, some of those Russell Lafitte was the conservator on, and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as if they were going to be held for the beneficiary. And those checks were later converted into personal use for Alec.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we of the roadside shooting, when we were going through stuff in Alec's office, we actually found Forge, our Alexander Murdaugh, doing business at Forge bank statements in his office.
Okay, so you found the Bank of America bank statements?
Yes.
And the title on those bank statements was what?
Our Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge.
Okay.
That's a shell company.
I'm going to...
Not the real Forge. His own Forge company that can route things through to make it look like it went where it didn't. So this is not yet evidence in trial. This is all being presented for the judge to rule on, to see if these prior acts will be allowed in.
What color are they?
Green.
All right, and the operating checks, are they a different color?
Blue.
For this hearing, this will be the spreadsheet that's in one of the folders in the packet I just gave you. It starts at the top, the check date 12/26/18. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 314 for this hearing and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet that we've developed of the money and the clients that had money stolen using the Forge payment method.
All right, and by the Forge payment method, you mean what?
Basically checks payable to Forge that looked like they were going to be for a structured annuity on the behalf of the client.
All right, and again, for the purposes of this hearing, in preparing that chart, you've been keeping a chart, keeping these records, is that correct?
That's right.
Is this all the misappropriations, or is this focused just on some for purposes of a particular category?
This is just for purposes of this particular category.
And what category is that again?
Forge.
I think we're going to get at least some of this in. I don't know if we'll get everything.
All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen.
Yeah, Forge is hilarious.
And
why he chose that name.
Just real quick, if you could just go across and tell me what the various categories represent, please.
Excuse me.
Probably
the categories, if you see the column with category forged payment, those would be where checks were actually written to Forge as if those were the beneficiary's proceeds that were being sent for a structured annuity.
Okay.
The next line where it says Barrett Boulware took insurance proceeds, this is actually a check that was payable to Barrett Boulware from Southern Fidelity Insurance, and Alec actually endorsed that check. He had power of attorney on that file. He actually endorsed that check, and later we were able to trace it into his personal accounts.
All right.
If you keep going down, the majority of these are forged payment. If you get to Dion Martin, the first line says fake.
Just real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just going across, though, we've got the client, we've got the civil action number, we've got the category that you were just describing, we got the date the trust was funded, and then we have the amount. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
And the date the trust was funded, what does that category refer to?
That refers to when we found out and did the deep dive into exactly what had happened on each file and deposited the money back immediately into our client trust. So that's the firm actually, as we found these, put money in client trust. We then met with all the clients, reestablished what the correct disbursements should have been, and returned all funds to the clients.
This
So
is a
the firm had to
404B
pay the
hearing.
money back that
To
you've
see if
determined in
this
each
should
one of
be
these
allowed in front of the
cases
jury.
that Alex Murdaugh misappropriated through the fake forge on this list.
We did.
What's the total amount on this sheet?
$2,841,512.55.
Right. And again, does this represent everything or just a particular category?
Just a particular category.
It's the 55 cents that did it. That's a lot of money.
Just real quick, I see that says 129.11 for Thomas Moore. Is that supposed to be 21?
Yes.
Okay.
And that would be the date and the check number of the check that was taken.
I'm going to hand Exhibit 314 up to you. And if you could correct that with my pen here, and then just put your initials next to it, please. Going back to Exhibit 314, if we look at all the check dates on here, we have the earliest one being about August of 2015. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then it continues all the way up to early 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think they, MB has a question here. Does anyone else wonder how many times Alex did this before he got caught? I think they found everything. This sounds like a very thorough investigation, going back through all the cases he's been working and making sure everything's right. They found it to make sure their clients got paid what they should. So it sounds like they made their clients whole on this.
Along with your spreadsheet that was just marked, have you also prepared some supporting documentation for each one of those transactions of misappropriation that you've identified?
Yes, we have.
And these are from the records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's correct.
And each one of these, has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is particular case is Elise Mallory. And just as an example, and see if you recognize that document.
Indeed, this first document is the disbursement which would have been drafted at the end of the case that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. Next, we have, this one actually had a payment to forge, so I have a copy of that canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Okay. Let's put that up on the screen real quick. And are there similar documents, supporting documents for each one of these transactions that's on your spreadsheet?
There is.
All right. So this is a disbursement sheet, is that right?
That's correct.
And I didn't ask you, but very quickly, tell me what a disbursement sheet is and how they're supposed to work.
So a disbursement sheet just shows at the conclusion of a case, once the recovery, it will show the recovery amount, list out the fees that were sent to the attorneys, shows fee splits if there's multiple attorneys, shows the amount of expenses we collect back, any liens or loans that were payable that were in the scope of that case, and then the final amount would be the payment to the client or the client's beneficiaries if they had beneficiaries.
The jury's out right now.
And then down here at the bottom of this particular one, do you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
Okay. And going to the second page, what is this right here?
That is a copy of the check that was payable to Forge that you saw on the bottom line of that other disbursement, as well as the back of it showing the endorsement.
All right. And is that the real Forge or the fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
All right. And then what is this document right here?
This is the correcting disbursement. The yellow totals would signify what the correct amount should have been and the corrections that would have needed to have been made.
Gentleman, right behind that monitor there is the state
All right,
attorney
going
general.
back to this first page, in this particular one, how much was the recovery?
$183,528.
All right, and then was there an attorney fee taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the attorney will reduce their fee for some reasons.
Right. And do you know why? Who requested the fees be reduced in this case?
That would be Alec would have done that.
Alec did that, and so but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake Forge account where Alex stole the money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the $152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
Documentation like that for each one of these, and they're in the packet up there. I'm happy to go through all of those with the witness. I don't want to sell myself short if I need to. I don't know if the point for purposes of Your Honor is made, or if you would like me to go through each one of those. I'm happy to keep going.
Is this Mr. Griffin? Is this yours?
So do you...
This they're in a tight spot. I don't feel, I would not want to trade places with these defense attorneys. There's a lot of very hard evidence against their client. They're trying their best to not let this come into the trial. This would definitely impact the jury. And so this argument is crucial. If they can win this argument, they have a chance at winning this court case. Or much better chance.
Let's indulge just one moment, Your Honor.
Do you have a summary of everything, Ms. Seckinger?
Ms. Seckinger, yes.
Seckinger is...
I can do that from the spreadsheet, Your Honor. And then we're marking the supporting documentation, which I'll go ahead and mark. But I think with Ms. Seckinger, we can kind of walk through each one and describe each one.
The lady
while we do that.
behind the words
each
here.
packet has.
That's the court recorder.
We've got this
That's a
spreadsheet
microphone
that
she's
has each
talking
one
into.
on there, and then for each one of them, we tried to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of the misappropriation. But we've just have a few supporting documents for each one, which is the disbursement sheet, the fake forged check typically, and then the corrected disbursement sheet that the firm had to do. That's generally what each packet has. For example, like the one we last did. Is that correct, Ms. Sessions?
That's correct.
And so I can go through those quickly, and we can do that on the spreadsheet. And then we have one other category that they uncovered of manner in which he was able to misappropriate money going back to, I think, 2008, 2009, something like that.
You may proceed.
Thank you. All right.
I'm surprised that Alec doesn't write down his thoughts and hand them to his attorneys instead of reading them out or speaking them, because people can read lips. Usually you see the client write things out and show them on paper, which
so, Your Honor,
should
we're
not
going
be
through
shown
that
to anyone
packet that was
else.
provided up there with you, and we're going to go in order except for Hirschberger, which we already talked about. And so, Ms. Seconder, can you see okay on that screen there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just kind of move through these as expeditiously but as accurately as we can. First one, we have this particular client, Ms. Adriana. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And I'm going to put 317 up on the screen. And is this the disbursement sheet for that?
That is the disbursement sheet for that, yes.
All right. And down at the bottom, do you recognize the signature where it says attorney?
That's Alex's signature.
All right. And would typically the attorneys meet with the clients and get them to sign these disbursement sheets before any disbursements were made?
Typically, we did the checks on the attorney's signature, and then the attorney met with the client and had them signed at the same time they distributed and discussed the disbursement.
Gotcha. All right. And then right here on this particular one, we have a total recovery amount of how much?
$247,500.
All right. And then the firm gets paid its fees out of that.
And again, that looks like a reduced fee of $22,000.
And what happens to the rest of the money?
The $225,073.46 went to a fake forge account that was for Alex's benefit.
All right. And is that the check right there?
That is.
Whose signature is that right there?
That's Alex.
All right. And that's 225 and change. And then you have the corrected disbursement sheet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is where the firm had to make good on Alex's misappropriation.
That's correct.
All right, let's move to the next one. This would be for Mr. Barrett, using the first name. Is that correct?
That's right, Barrett Boulware.
All right, and just using the first name. We have this first one is the 75-193. Is that right?
That is the check I discussed earlier that was payable to Barrett that Alec endorsed directly and deposited into his account.
All right, and I'm on Exhibit 318. We're going to the third page, but is this that check right here that was made out to Mr. Boulware?
That is, and that was actually found as we went through his desk after September 3rd.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there? I can zoom in if you need to.
That's Alec's writing.
All right, and this is the deposit slip went along with it?
Yes.
And what's the name right there?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right, going to the next one on the list, we have this one, and the amount is $279,850.65. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we're still in Exhibit 318. And this is the disbursement sheet, the original disbursement sheet right there.
That's correct.
Whose signature is down at the bottom?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And what does that say right there?
$279,000, $850.65. They were forged.
Fake forge or real forge?
Fake.
All right, and then what is that right there?
That's the check payable to Forge showing Alex signing it and endorsement on the back.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have, this is Hirschberger. We already did that one, correct?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, we already did that one. All right, let's go on, and we did the next two. Those were those two fees that Alec told you he was structuring?
That's right.
Little frowny face from Alex there.
Was, correct?
That's right.
All right, let's go on to Ms. Gary. This is States 319. This is the disbursement sheet right here.
That is the initial disbursement sheet.
Okay, and what is that right there?
Excuse me, that is not the initial, that's the second one. So there's a forward structure right there of 112.5, a payment of the personal rep and the amount divvied between the beneficiaries. That forward structure should have been paid to the beneficiaries, and again, it was paid to the fake forge account.
All right.
You see the check signed by Alec and endorsed by Alec.
All right, so that's the 112.5 right there, correct?
That's right.
And then you have the corrected disbursement where y'all had to make right to the clients.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Mr., and I'm going to use their first names. Use that for me if you can, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we have this. You have this disbursement right here. Is that correct?
That's right.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex Murdaugh's.
And we got how much?
$750,000.
Going to what?
Fake forge.
The fake forge. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then we have the check.
That we do.
And who's do you recognize that on the back?
That is Alex Murdaugh's.
Okay, and this is $750,000?
That's correct.
All right. And then we have another disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client?
That's correct.
Y'all had to pay back $750,000?
We did.
That Alex spent?
We
Client
did.
money?
We did. He stole it.
All right, let's go to the next one. Dion Martin. We have 3 for Mr. Martin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at that. We have...
So you have a little new category here. You see it above where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn for $500,000, and then it's offset by the proceeds structured annuity below. This would represent like there was an annuity associated with that case that had been properly structured and sent, and that resulted in there being a $200,000 fee taken on that $500,000 that should not have been taken from the client.
So just a sleight of hand with paperwork, and Alec created a phantom a real $200,000 in fees from thin air.
That's right.
All right, but that's not the end of this one, is it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sure the state's got a total here on a spreadsheet.
All right, right here on the second page, we have a disbursement to Forge. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that real Forge or fake Forge?
That's the fake forge.
Yeah, there was a real Forge.
$338,000, $56.14.
Okay. Now, we already talked about on this list, we talked about the fake fee of $200,000 that you just mentioned.
That's right.
And we did the $338,056.
That's right.
14. Okay, let's keep going. And
Buster's in the
what's that?
courtroom. That's
the
the
check
surviving son.
for the $338,000 that's payable to the fake forge and endorsed by Alec.
All right, and then what is this disbursement sheet?
This one is showing a structured payment of $45,000, and this one incidentally had a quote attached to it and is signed by the client, and that also went to the fake forge account and his personal account. This is a copy of the quote from Forge.
But no Forge structure was ever materialized?
No was done. We verified none was ever done.
All right, and what is that $45,000 check there?
This is the $45,000 check to the fake Forge deposited by Alec.
And is this the disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client?
Yes.
All right, moving on to the next one. We have Elise Mallory, and that's the one I showed you at the beginning as an example. Is
That's
that
right.
All right, so we've done that one, and that was $183,528, where he took every last dime of it. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
Yeah.
I think the defense actually requested they cover a little bit more detail. I'm not sure if they're
All right,
just
the last
buying
one I
time
talked about was
or if
321.
there's an error they want to
The
point
one
out.
before that was 320, and the one before that was 319. We are now on 322. Let me turn the page.
Yeah, defense will get a turn at this as well. This is all just arguing why this should be allowed in, why the jury should hear this.
And we have Mr. Jamian, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and right here we've got a disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we have a forge of $90,000?
That's correct.
All right, and is that real forge or fake forge?
Fake Forge.
Okay, and what is this right here, sideways?
That is the check payable to Forge, the fake Forge, and the endorsement on the back of the check.
All right.
So a reminder to hydrate.
All right, and then we have an expense disbursement right there of 5541.17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that another amount that y'all had identified?
We identified later that that was an incorrect charge to a client file, so we reimbursed that as well.
Okay, and is this that page right here?
Yes.
And what did Alec bill to the client that y'all determined was improper?
Some airfare.
To where?
On a private flight. I can't recall, but I believe that one might have been down to the Keys.
All right.
That sounds like a billable thing. Got to go down to Florida Keys.
Pay that money back too in this corrected disbursement?
We did.
For research for a
that was
court
exhibit
case.
322.
Fake forge. Yeah, went to a different bank.
333.
Bank of America, where forge did not
Mr. Johnny,
Bank of America.
$95,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. On the first page, we have the disbursement sheet, and we have a forge line right here for $95,000.
That's correct.
Did that go to the real forge or the fake forge?
Fake forge.
Okay. We have a copy of the check right there. Is that correct?
That's the copy of the check and the endorsement, and a copy of the correcting disbursement.
Y'all had to make that right to the client?
We did.
Moving on to 324.
Buster's
Mr.
up there
Jordan,
on the top right-hand
got a
side, red
disbursement
hair.
of forge, is that right?
That's right, for $85,000, along with the fake check and the endorsement on the check.
Okay. And then the corrected disbursement, correct?
You missed the one for $65,000. There was two in that one.
Yep, there it is right there.
That's right, and then the correcting.
This lady's on it.
All right. So we had an 85 and a 65,000 for
There's
that
Buster.
one, correct?
Correct.
That's the surviving son.
Exhibit 325. This is now Mr. Manuel, and we have a $70,000 forge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fake forge?
Fake forge.
All right. And what's that right there?
The check payable to forge, the fake forge, and the endorsement. And this is the correcting disbursement where we paid the client back that $70,000.
Go on to the next one. We got Miss Mary, and we got a settlement proceeds to forge of $19,500 right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is Exhibit 326. And did that go to real forge or fake forge?
The fake forge.
All right. And what is that right there?
Copies of the check, the fake forge, and the endorsement on the back by Alec.
All right. And then the corrected disbursement having to pay the money back?
Correct.
By the firm?
Hey, Michelle, I haven't set up any merchandise through Amazon. I am an
All right.
Amazon seller, so I could potentially do that.
Going on
I just haven't done that yet. Let me think
Mr.
about
Randy. Right here, we've got a disbursement of $9,569.30 on Exhibit 327.
Correct.
All right. Next page, we have what?
The copy of the check payable to the fake forge and the endorsement by Alec on the back of it.
All right. And then the correction disbursement.
Correct.
All right. And last one for this set is Exhibit 328, and we have Morris Mack. Thomas Moore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex.
And the amount to forge of $125,000. Is that right?
Incidentally, that's a forged signature for the client. The client confirmed that when we met with them.
Do you recognize that handwriting?
It appears to me to be Alex printing.
Finally, we have a forgery.
Yes,
on
sir.
the forge.
All right, and then we have the fake check right there,
That's correct.
or the fake forward check, and then that's all on that one for right now. Is that correct?
Well, it's partial correction. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't think it bankrupted the firm. They're still in business. They've changed their name. I don't think they were bankrupted. This is a very prestigious firm, big firm.
Were things like this going on in a lot of cases that Alec had? Fair amount?
Well, we found them in these several cases, and in the scope of all cases, not so much. I mean, we have a ton of volume, so this doesn't represent a large proportion of those, but this was common with them.
And that's my point, is
Yes.
that there's a large volume, and
Yes.
these are sprinkled throughout over years and years and years.
Sprinkled out over a decade or better.
Whenever there was an opportunity, it happened.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you. Let me get a couple more documents, Mark.
So I imagine these payouts hurt their bottom line that year, but it wasn't a threat to the business with just the amount of of settlements they had that they were working through. I think he was a partner. PMPD, the M stand for Murdaugh. They dropped that, so the new business does not have Murdaugh in it at all.
I'll stand for a moment.
It's yoga time. Everyone bring your mat out. Stretch it out on the floor. Find a comfortable spot. We're going to start the music. Yeah, this is all towards the 106 federal charges he has pending. This is some solid evidence. He is going to face the music when it comes to the financial charges. Yeah, this witness needs to be kept safe if he gets out on bond. It's not yoga music. This is all I have. Let's see. I've got some sad piano music. Let's see. Let's try this one here. Nope, that's not yoga music either. This is like hip hop yoga. All you those who have actually done yoga, I never have, are like, no. We need more triangles and soft bell sounds, I think. Yeah, you guys need to do yoga the way I do it, apparently. Okay, so what did you miss this morning? CG, let me go over that just a little bit. We've got maybe play a different tune. Need some banjo. Sorry, the court came back. We've basically, court clerk's putting on the purple sweater, getting down to business.
Marked as Exhibit 329.
Nope, couldn't pull it off.
To this proceeding,
it was a good look,
see
but
if you recognize that.
I do. This is a spreadsheet of the payments that were made to Palmetto State Bank and misappropriated through that method.
All right, you testified earlier that the fake forge account, the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA forge, started around 2015. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you just uncovered a different mechanism whereby Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money from clients prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most of these took place in 2011 and 2012.
Okay. And did Alec have some particularly big cases in those years?
He did.
And what were those cases?
So he had Arthur Badger, which was against a UPS truck in Allendale where his wife was killed, and I believe a couple of children hurt. There were several beneficiaries in that case. In that same wreck, well, then they had another one with Hakeem Pickney, who in that same wreck had a cousin in the car named Natasha Thomas.
Okay. Let's talk about the Badger case. What was the total settlement in that particular case?
In the Badger case, the total that was apportioned to Arthur Badger was $3.1 million. There was also a companion case, Donna Badger, with a good bit apportioned to it as well. I can't recall the number right here right off the top of my head.
All right. But just for Arthur Badger, who was just one of the clients that Alec had, correct?
Right.
Just for Arthur Badger, what was the attorney fee that he received in that settlement?
He received $1,240,000.
The firm did.
The firm did.
But that would be ultimately on his books at the end of the year.
It would be credited to him.
$1,260,000, is that right?
$1,240,000.
Is that all the money that Alec received from that particular case once y'all did your review?
That is not.
What else did Alec take?
$1,325,000.
Another $1.325 million, is that right?
That's right.
And how did he go about doing that?
Checks were payable to Palmetto State Bank that were then converted into personal items, payments for bank loans, payments for loans from a conservator account, payments to Johnny Parker, I believe it was, one to his father for paying back personal loans that they had given him.
Okay. And so we've got now what's been marked as Exhibit 329 up on the screen. I'll let the sirens go by.
Those are police. Let's see if there's a fire truck that follows. They're not going by. They're parked outside.
Guess I'll just talk over them. All right. We've got on this one at the top, we have Mr. Arthur Badger. Is that right?
That's right.
And we have the date, and we have the amount, which is how much?
$1,360,000, and that is because we returned the PR fee in that case as well, because the PR failed to do their job properly.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for this hearing is 330. And is this the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
And down here we have Palmetto State Bank payment to fund structure per client request. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's the $1.325 million?
That's correct.
And did that go to the client?
No.
I see there's an email right here.
It's all part of the hearing still. Judge hasn't
Who is
ruled
that
on this
from
yet.
and to, and what's the date on that? You need me to bring it to you?
So this email is from Russell to Alec. Doesn't look right. There was an email that came from Alec to Russell asking if we could recut the checks in a certain way. Then Russell independently sent an email to Alec, which was forwarded to me and my accounting staff, asking if we could recut the $1.3 million check into 4 different checks.
And did y'all do that?
We did.
Have any reason at all to mistrust what was going on at that time?
No.
All right. So ultimately,
those got broken down into all these payments. This is the payments of how these checks were written and what benefit they went to.
and they were made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
And then after they were made out to Palmetto State Bank, what happened to them?
They got converted to personal usage for Alex Murdaugh's benefit.
So he split it into 4, and then he stole all 4 pieces. Okay, I'm not keeping a running total, but we're millions and millions now.
Real quick, I see the spreadsheet says July 2005. I'm going to point you to this disbursement, though. What's the date on that disbursement?
November 2012.
So is that an error that needs to be corrected?
I'm sure that that's an error that needs to be corrected.
I'm going to bring your spreadsheet. Let's do that real quick. Give me a pen and...
Kathy, if it's in Judge Joro's court, it will be streamed. She streams everything by default on the website, the court website. If you go through the state or the county website, you'll see a link there.
November 11th, 2012. All right, let's talk about another case. I'm looking now at Exhibit 332, and we go back to your spreadsheet, and we have Natasha Thomas. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, and what was the amount on that particular one?
There were 2 payments. One was for $325,000 even. The other one was $25,245.08.
All right, and looking at Exhibit 332, we have down here at the bottom, we have payment, and it says what entity right there?
Palmetto State Bank.
For $325?
Yes.
So was a check cut from the trust account for $325?
Yes,
And is that it right there?
that is it.
And did that money go to the client?
No, that money went for Alex's benefit.
All right. Did y'all have to pay that back and make that right for his
We did pay
misappropriation?
that back.
All right.
I don't know of any gambling. I believe if drug information may come in.
What you're seeing now is just all the different payments that were made from that money.
Those were converted at the bank into personal use for Alec?
That's correct.
All right, we're looking at the second check for, how much is that?
$25,245.08.
All right, and that's made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
From the client trust account?
Correct.
Did that go to the client or did that go somewhere else?
That went to Alex's personal use again.
All right. And did y'all ultimately have to make that right?
We did.
Last one is Mr. Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
Is that in a companion case to Ms. Thomas?
It is.
Got two misappropriations, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at this disbursement sheet, we have right here on the disbursement sheet, what entity is that?
Palmetto State Bank.
For how much?
$309,581.46.
All right, and that's
State's
signed
saying
by
this is motive.
who on this?
Russell Lafitte, conservator.
And is that the check right there?
That is the check.
Made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
In what year?
December 2011.
Okay, and did that money go to the client?
It did not.
Did y'all ultimately have to pay that back?
We did.
Yes, she's the CFO.
And then
There,
finally,
hit that
$60,000 for
The PR fee again. We decided to pay the PR fee back.
And that's the PR fee right there for Mr. Lafitte, is that correct?
That's right.
The one who signed that disbursement sheet.
She's
That's
talking
correct.
about making those clients whole, but I'm not sure if all of them have been fully made whole or not. And they probably did have insurance of some sort that might have helped there. I'm not sure how much it would have covered because it went for so many years. Like if your insurance agent messes up on your policy, they have insurance coverage. Somebody got a text message.
You mentioned Russell Lafitte. Do you have a relation to Russell Lafitte?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my husband's sister.
Connection.
June 7th, 2021, you came in demanding answers about those Ferris fees, correct?
That's correct.
And that conversation ended because he got a call about his father, correct?
That's correct.
And the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul, is that correct?
That's correct.
And additionally, Alec called you about having to get finances together for a hearing in the vote case later that week, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that hearing got canceled as a result of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul.
That's correct.
And ultimately, in July, y'all received an email from Chris Wilson saying the money was in the account, is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you later find out about whether or not all that money was in the account?
We found out after September 3rd that all that money was not in the account. Chris Wilson called us and actually wanted us to pony up the other portion of the money.
And what portion was that?
There was a couple $100,000 that was still missing.
And once, a few months later, your attention got turned back to these matters and you ran that inquiry, then the whole thing started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lafitte was found guilty of bank fraud, wire fraud, conspiracy, and 3 counts of misapplication of bank funds 2 days before Thanksgiving.
You have an idea about how long you plan to be? Right. So we'll take a break now for about 10 minutes.
Okay, 10-minute break. Fun times, man. Let's see, Chris Wilson, what's his status right now? Let me check. Okay, Chris Wilson. He's the gentleman that was seen in the cake video. First of all, oh man, that one's a paywall. Trying to get some good data here. Okay, this is updated. Oh, that's an old one. We're going to do sad piano music since Alex, all his financial dealings are being laid out bare. How was that lady's husband related? Distant relative, like a in-law or something. Chris Wilson is cooperating with the state in the financial case and is listed as their witness. Yeah, he's broken his silence for sure. He's talking. He was in the cake video. He's the one that gave him a big hug, maybe a kiss. Some people said a butt grab. I didn't see it. I'm just saying, it might have happened. I was thinking more like Vegas slots music. That's more Buster. Buster's the one that sort of right after he got put in charge of the family finances while his dad was locked up, was photographed in Las Vegas at the tables, trying to make the most of it, I guess. Time to put to sleep with this music. We need to dial it back a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what the defense does, how they approach this. Guys like Alex is why your insurance payments are so high. Seriously, that liability, it'll get you. He could have walked into a bank and got a big loan. I don't know. I think his expenses were higher than his income. That's the problem. So he started stealing. Okay, that's too soft. That's too soft. Crank it up. Well, maybe I should turn up the speed a little bit. This seems like wake or funeral music. That might be appropriate in this case. The feds have a 98% conviction rate for a reason. They don't indict unless they gotcha. Thank you, Ivan, for that. Why were the jury seats empty? Great question. The jury is actually not here for this part of the trial because this is the 404B hearing. What that means, unfortunately for us, as we sit through this and it seems long and goes forever, is that we will hear it again if the judge allows it. Because if the judge allows it, he's going to then bring the jury in, and then we're going to go through all the same things and probably even in more detail. Definitely the background of the current witness. We'll have more information about her, about how they knew each other and everything, and then we'll go through all these details one more time for the jury. So this is just for the judge to make a decision right now, because he has not ruled yet if these prior acts, this 404B financial crimes information, will be allowed in as evidence. It possibly could be grounds for an appeal. It could sway the jury and say, wow, if he's committed all these crimes, he must have committed murder too. That would not be appropriate. They need to try this case based on the evidence of this case alone. But part of that is motive. And the state's saying the motive is the money. We have to follow the money to see the motive. So I think I can't see the judge saying none of this will be allowed in. You're expecting Stuart Smalley to start talking over the music. Let's see. It's super complicated. And honestly, it's complicated in my head. I don't have like a cheat sheet that I could explain it to you and spell it out. There's so much. The web is so interwoven with the fake. Sorry. Law and Crime, if you were watching that, just had a reporter who didn't realize she was on air fixing her hair on full screen. I just caught the tail end of it. I don't know how long she did that, but it made me laugh. I used to work with the news media and in the newsroom and stuff, and those moments happen where the camera's on and people think they aren't, and sometimes we say things we shouldn't, and sometimes things are seen that shouldn't be seen. Those moments make me laugh. It's like a hot mic, but it's a hot camera. The state needs to do a better job connecting the dots. Jenny, I think they will. I really do think they will. I know that there's some of us here in the chat, especially some of you who know this inside and out, and she is speaking your language. This makes perfect sense to you. I think the average jury member understands the gist of it. They can put this together and see what and understand what they're talking about. But for them to really spell this out, I think they need a total. They need a bullet line. They need a reference sheet. They can break out that whiteboard again and put some numbers on there. Show the timeline, show the totals, circle it, put a big red dollar sign. That's what they need to see. How does a family support a horrible person such as I am? Sonny, they love him. I mean, does anyone? How many people here have family members that might have done something that's not cool, and they're still your family member? There's still that association there, but so it's blood's thicker than water, right? Testimony's eye-opening. The defense is going to have to work hard to pull a rabbit out of their butts. Well, hopefully they have a rabbit somewhere else, because this is not the Jensen case, so we're not going to go there. The families involved, they benefited. They definitely benefited. So in a way, their hands are dirty as well. Whether they did it knowingly or not, it's that nothing's come in to indicate that they were knowingly took part of this. But this is the receipt of ill-gotten goods for sure. Show how much you would gain by the deaths. Right. So that's going to be the connection, right? This show why this is the motive. I think DA Tim Conway is doing great this morning. Douglas always running the chat with logic and ruining the chat with logic and Constitution. There you go, bringing reason into it. Appreciate Douglas and Charlie. You guys are great. Appreciate you guys here. What is the connection between him stealing money and killing his family? Well, this is the motive. And Jenny says the whole thing is a circumstantial case. There is no video of Alex Murdaugh pulling the trigger. We don't have an audio recording of him threatening to kill his family and saying this is how it will solve all my financial problems. That doesn't exist. All we have is all these little puzzle pieces and an incomplete picture. And the state's trying to assemble these pictures, this puzzle piece together to say, if we showing what we have, showing you the evidence that's there, you can see that the missing parts complete this puzzle and that he's guilty of it. So they're trying to get that far. Depends how many missing pieces there are. Will the jury see the picture? Chris says, I don't understand how they didn't find out a long time ago if the clients were getting paid. Yeah, this 10 years of money missing, this basically was her job, right? To the current witness, it was her job to find out where the money was and track it and make sure everything was going right. Because, if for nothing else, they had to figure out how the bonuses got figured out at the end of the year. How much every partner gets, which was the lump sum of their payment, as far as their pay was one time right at the end of the year. They'd get the money off the books, so it wasn't taxed. And so it's important just to make sure the money's being paid right. And I think she didn't say it, but that was a big part of this, was that they wanted to dig into this to see how much of their money he had been stealing. Because everybody works for money, right? We don't work just because we like working. Most of us. I do. You guys. I love this job. This is the best ever. But yeah, he stole money out of their pockets by taking this money. It never went into the pool to be dispersed. He just took all of it. No life insurance from what I understand. When the accountant said Russell was her brother-in-law through her husband, I thought it was like, oh, double wow, she's busting family. Yeah. But he's already been found guilty this way to sentencing. I don't think this woman speaks above the heads of the average person or juror. I can follow what's going on, but I would definitely benefit from, a summary. I want to see the numbers. I want to see a timeline. Even if he had all the money to pay it all back, he would still be doing jail time, wouldn't he? Yes, it's a crime to take it. If you rob a bank, you get caught and then give the money back. You still robbed the bank. So there'd still be a crime he'd have to pay for. Carol says, I'm finally here. Welcome, Carol. Good to have you here. I meant DA Tim Conley, as he looks like Tim Conway off the Carol Burnett show. Yeah, that's we've got a couple lookalikes. We had some in the Jensen case too. We had was it Alfred Hitchcock? Is Scarf Lady incompetent or corrupt? I don't know. I don't know which one I'd say there. She found it eventually. It was the system he had was pretty good. I mean, it was pretty elaborate. Setting up a shell company in the name of the company that it actually should be, and it just, the money would never appear on the books, and so it didn't show missing. And it was, I have to go over this again to see actually how she discovered the payment wasn't made. But it seems just by chance that she found it, and then that check as well was just a chance check. And then slowly the breadcrumbs started, building a trail, and they followed it, and it just got worse and worse. And then they eventually had to go back through 10 years. Got away with theft for years. Avenatti. This was easier to follow than the gun ammo testimony. See, I was all over the gun and ammo testimony, Red Pen. That for me, that's my language. I understand that one. It was a little bit monotonous with just how many times they found different shell cases, different places. I work for the pickles. I do. Not just any pickles, though, but spicy maple bourbon pickles from Walmart, Sam's Choice brand. For those who are new here, if you have not tried them, they're the best pickles in the world. They will change your life. I don't make recommendations lightly. I understand that, that my voice carries a tiny bit of weight, and just know that I stand behind these pickles. They're fantastic. They're a little bit of heat, a little bit of maple, a little bit of sweet bread and butter pickle, and a whole lot of good. $3.84 at Walmart. Go get them. And one day, Walmart will maybe sponsor the show. What if Buster did it so his dad would pay him to die his... Okay. Charlie. I should have read who made the comment before I read it out loud. I was reading it serious. Realized that Murdaugh dynasty was powerful and in complete control of this area of Southern California, California, for over 85 years. That's important to Alex. Right. Suzanne, I think, honestly, that there was a great-grandfather or a grandfather's picture in the courtroom that they had to take down prior to this trial. That's how ingrained the Murdaugh family is in this part of the country. Big name in that area. I am a pickle elitist, and I say so, pickle snob. I think these are all good terms for me. These are not derogatory in any way, Thal. How can it be a motive if he's found innocent of the fraud? Well, Douglas, he hasn't been found innocent of the fraud yet, and they really pretty much have a smoking gun on that. They have a fraudulent company set up, named after the actual company, set up by Alex Murdaugh, with his signature, signed checks, and they can trace the money from the source all the way directly to his bank account. It's basically an open and shut case as far as that goes. It just hasn't happened yet. No, she did not find. She did more digging, and her underlings found it. So maybe she is a little bit lax on her job. You've spoiled all other pickles for us. I'm sorry. They're that good. Chris says, Recovery Addict, someone wasn't doing the job if he was just that, or was he just that good at it? Chris, I think it was an elaborate ruse. The setup was so good and so perfect that it was almost impossible to find. He knew the inside operations of his business that he was in. He knew how they operated, and he knew where the money worked, and he was involved close enough. He had power of attorney in some cases that he could really control things so that it never hit the radar. It stayed just below that threshold, and he could shuffle things around, and for 10 years it worked. I stands behind those pickles. I sure do, DMB. Sorry, P. Cooper. We've got to figure out how to get those pickles around the world. We do have people from all over the world who watch this live stream, from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, South America. We've got people from all over. Canada, for sure. Got a lot up there. All over in the UK. We'll have to get Walmart to distribute those pickles more widely. There are 106 financial fraud charges, or financial charges, not all fraud. He'll read anything you put in the teleprompter. Charlie, you're going to get me in trouble one of these days. Unfortunately, I do speak before I finish reading the sentence, and occasionally it's caught me off guard. But I'm watching you. What is the name of the pickles? They are spicy maple bourbon pickles. I might even have a picture of them. Hold tight. This is important stuff. I had them, but I deleted it. Just 1 minute here. Where are the pickle pictures? Not those pickle pictures. We're not looking for the Jensen trial or anything. Okay, I need icons. There we go. I'm hearing just a tiny bit of audio from the courtroom. Super, super quiet. How can I not have a picture of the pickles? My burner phone is full of pictures of people as they bought them at the store and say, hey, I'm testing them out. Melissa says, wait, I love pickles. Is there some specific brands I need to purchase at Walmart? Still new here. Melissa, thank you for being here. First of all, the pickles I'm talking about are Sam's Choice brand. And they are spicy maple bourbon pickles. They're fresh chips. They are delicious. You have to eat them cold. So I know, resist the urge to open them in the store and just drink directly out of the jar. I know that the temptation's there, but don't do it. Take them home, put them in the fridge for an hour or so, and then give them a try. And they're good on every kind of sandwich, and they're especially good by themselves. And luckily, they come in one jar, single serving size. So hopefully you can try them out. Love to hear what you think. Can the pickles be ordered from Amazon? Daisy, they can, but you spend a fortune. It's $3.84 at Walmart. On Amazon, it's like $25 or something because they have to pay for the cost of shipping it. So if you can find a Walmart, that would be much better off. No one is guilty of a crime until found. No one is guilty until found guilty. How can they allow testimony that hasn't gone to trial? Well, this is what the judge has to look at, because they allow testimony in here, and he hasn't been found guilty of murder. So they have to. This is evidence. These are things that they're proven are real. This is empirical evidence that they have to bring up, and sometimes circumstantial evidence. The judge just decides how much of that is allowed in. So they're not going to say he's guilty of these. All they can do is say we have this evidence that this is motive. Sorry, Jenny. The pickles are great. Can y'all grow cucumbers? Maybe we can get the recipe and you guys can make your own. AJ, there are some things I won't answer out of shame or just pride in this case. Go through a lot of them. I like to consume them at a rate of more than one per week. Let's say that. 1 jar per week. We'll have some pickle pictures. All right, that's not what y'all came for Pickle Talk. We're going back to trial here. Anytime somebody refers to SMB Pickles, it tags you. That's funny, MB. Well, if MB only stood for maple bourbon, you'd be good. Embezzlement often goes on for years. People tend not to notice if the thief doesn't take too much in one swoop. Clausen is good as well. Roxanne, I like Clausen, Dills, Spears even. Innocent until proven guilty is a very, very vital tenet of our justice system that is way too often ignored. Paul's like, what are y'all talking about? We come here for the pickle talk. Well, I'll give you a little bit of pickle talk, a little bit, because thanks to Rosie in Tucson, we have a pickle, a yodeling pickle. Thank you, Rosie, for that. Carol, the shells. We're halfway through this information. Did the shells at the scene match Alex's guns? I think what we're going to hear is the shells that were found just outside the gun room. This was right outside when the investigator went outside and was on the phone and saw the shells on the ground, then got somebody who came out and they collected them. The markings, the unique markings from firing those shells match the unique markings from firing the shells at the crime scene. They do not match the gun the state has in custody. They confiscated that gun as part of the evidence from the gun room. It is a .300 blackout, but the bullet markings do not match that gun. So it means they match the other gun. But there are 3 guns, right? And 2 of them are not accounted for right now. Only one of them is accounted for. You got to try them. You got to try the maple bourbon pickles, spicy maple bourbon. And it is hot. It is hot spicy, but it doesn't. I say it this way: you don't have instant regret. Like if you do the 1 chip challenge and you put it in your mouth, it takes about a second, and then you realize you did something very wrong, right? And that this probably will change your life and not for the better. There's no regret when you put the spicy maple bourbon pickle in your mouth and just savor the flavor. There's a little bit of heat. It is on the tail end. It's on the back of the mouth a little bit, but it's good. Listen, buddy, this is a pickle channel, and occasionally there's some court stuff. During the breaks, mostly, it works that way. You guys are funny. Jen Hoff's like, I'm sorry, I just got back from a meeting. When I left, the lady was testifying while the jury is out, and now we're talking about pickles. Anything new? No, Jen, what happened is the first part of the testimony from this the CFO from the firm that Alec worked at, the first part was covered in detail, and then the state basically said, Your Honor, I've got all this same amount of detail for all the other charges. Do you want me to just hand you the binder and say, and there's more? Or, I don't want to sell myself short. I don't want to not include stuff and have you say, well, it doesn't seem serious enough to be motive. And so he, between talking with the defense and the judge just a little bit, he sort of went through everything. So he's added up all the totals of everything they found over those 10 years. And so now we're about to have a cross of that same witness. Basic Brittany, I'm in North Carolina on the eastern side, and I do have them. Some people have said they're hard to find on the website. They're usually top shelf in the store. I'll see if I can find a picture for you.
Please be seated.
Don't confuse them with the habanero pickles, which are not good at all and should not be consumed by humans.
Mr. Griffin?
The mango habanero is no good. Not a good mix.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
I want to first just go to June. I want to go to June the 7th when you were up in Alex Murdaugh's office, and you were talking to him about the Ferris attorney fee money, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the midst of this conversation, he received a telephone call informing him that his father was being readmitted back to the hospital, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And his father had just gotten out of the hospital either that Saturday or Sunday, right?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know that he spent the Friday night in the hospital with his dad?
I don't know.
Do you, well, his father was Randolph Murdaugh, who was one of the principals of that law firm, correct?
I know who his father was, yes.
Was he a principal of the law firm?
He was previously. He wasn't at the time of his death.
Was he beloved by the partners in the law firm?
Yes.
And his father, and when Alec got the phone call that his father was going back into the hospital, and you mentioned that the belief was that it was terminal.
Correct.
You stopped your work and turned into a friend, right?
That's correct.
Provided him sympathy, correct?
That's correct.
And backed off of what you were doing to allow him to whatever he was going to do with his father, right?
That's right.
And so when you walked out of the office, things had come to a standstill as to your investigation through Alec directly as to where's the Ferris fee money, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Randolph Murdaugh passed away.
That bottom camera is
Monday
giving
was,
everybody errors.
The 7th. He passed
It's probably a
away
cable
on
issue.
The 10th, I believe, didn't he?
I'm not sure of the date, but that sounds right.
That Thursday, right? And if Alec had stayed out of the office from that Monday when he got a phone call that his dad was going back in the hospital and terminal until his dad passed, and shortly after he passed, I mean, no one would have said a thing in that firm, would they?
I'm not sure if they would have not.
Do you have a P.O. box set up, Thal?
Now, what you were looking at, investigating, was where is the fee due to the law firm on the Ferris case, right?
That's right.
And that was a case where Alec was associated with Chris Wilson, and they represented plaintiff, I assume, Mr. Ferris or Ms. Ferris or the state of Ferris.
Correct.
And they got a excellent result during the case. It was a verdict, a non-jury verdict after a trial in Richland County. You remember that?
I don't know the details of the case.
Okay. And that and you were the firm got an expense check but no fee check, and the immediate question went out to Chris Wilson's paralegal, where's the fee for the law firm, correct?
That's right.
And the paralegal said, our bosses got paid, and then that caused you to look into the matter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and Alec told you, no, the money is still in Chris Wilson's trust account, right?
That's right.
And he said that to you on multiple occasions.
That's right.
And in fact, Chris Wilson sent an email saying the money is in my trust account.
He did in July.
In July, that was forwarded on to you, right?
That's right.
And I noticed, well, let me back up. Did Alec explain, did he come up with a story to explain, well, the reason the money is in the trust account is because I'm considering whether to structure the fee?
We did discuss that, okay. Yes.
And
I think the judge will allow some of this.
Your law firm that you're an employee of, partners have structured attorney's fees in the past, correct?
They have.
And so the fact that, and just so the record is clear, when we're talking about structuring attorney's fees, it is delaying the payment of the fees through some financial product. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
And by delaying the payment of the fees through a financial product, if successful, it allows to delay the payment of taxes on that money.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the times that the fees have been structured in the past, when the payment of the fees have been delayed, who is the beneficiary of the financial product? Is it the partner that brought the fee to the firm, or is it the law firm?
So we've only done it once or twice in the past, and when it was done, it was the beneficiary was the partner, but it was also contributed and figured into our allocation at the fee breakdown at the end of the year.
Okay. So there's no, I mean, the fact that there's a structure the time you did it, when it was disclosed above board, it is, and just use, say, a $100,000 fee, for example. I mean, to allocate it to the firm, that partner who delayed receiving $100,000 till sometime in the future would still have to put his 7.5% or her 7.5% into the kitty of the firm.
Right, and that would also be a percentage of the money that he would receive that'd be taken into account of that.
Well, would it? I mean, if it was $100,000,
it did.
So he got credit on, or she got credit for the $100,000, even though it never went to the firm?
Yes.
Okay. So if a partner
did it correctly, it would be recognized. and it would be accounted for correctly. The question wasn't whether he was going to structure a fee, it was whether he had received the fee personally.
Understand. And he had said he had it, and it was at Chris Wilson's office.
That's what he stated.
Now, the spreadsheet and the files that you were asked about, I noticed the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them, correct?
That's right.
And the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them because the Ferris matter, the firm ultimately got paid $792,000, which was what the firm was owed on the Ferris case.
We did.
And after Maggie and Paul's murder, and after Mr. Randolph's death, murder on the 7th, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's death on the 10th, how long of a delay was there before you got in touch with Lee Cope and Lee reached out to Chris Wilson?
There wasn't a delay in me getting in touch with Lee Cope. Lee Cope knew about it. The decision was made to call me off of it. Now Lee would deal with it from there with Chris Wilson.
Okay, so as far as you know, there was no delay. It was just taken over by Lee Cope.
There wasn't a delay on my part. It was taken over by Lee Cope.
And you don't know whether Lee, how long it took Lee Cope to reach out?
You would have to ask Lee.
And so, and you can't testify to that. You would have to ask Lee, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then you had talked about a Hirschberger case where there was actually what appeared on paper to be a structured fee, correct?
That's right.
And you're having done one in the past, it did not appear that that the proper procedures were followed so that Alec would have to pay income tax on it,
That's
whether
correct.
it's structured or not.
That's correct.
And his explanation, I think you said that was back in
Late May, early June.
Yeah, that check is May 12, 2021, the Hirschberger.
I can't be sure when the exact conversations were. They were all going on around the same time, but it had been after that check.
Okay. And that, and so the thought there was, and Alec told you that, well, I'm just trying to sort of shelter money from me, put in Maggie's name because I'm being a defendant in the voting case.
That's correct.
Now you and your firm, and you've had outside forensic accountants looking at everything, and you don't have any information or evidence or documents that would suggest that any of the Hirschberger fee went into Maggie's name.
I did not pursue that portion of it. We have testimony from Michael Gunn that there was no annuity set up.
Right. And I guess, right. So as far as you can tell Judge Newman here today is that Alec put that money in a fake Forge account that was Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Correct.
And you don't have any information that that money then went into Maggie Murdaugh's investment account, personal account, or any sort of account, right?
I know that it went into his Forge account. After that, I don't know how it was used.
Okay. And I think you said that that you didn't start back up and looking into the Hirschberger matter until sometime in, I think you said, it did not readdress it until late September.
That's correct.
Okay. And early September, you were sitting in your office and you had a epiphany, or just a thought. Well, let's just see what these how many times Alex his cases have checks going to forge?
Well, when you're speaking of Epiphany, I had started digging through his client list for every fee that he had brought in. And rather than going one by one, my epiphany was, let me just run a payment ledger on forge and see what that turns out, rather than digging one by one.
Okay. And what prompted you to do that?
Because I was trying to look to see if there had been any more settlements that had been written to forge, like this other one with Hirschberger, so that we could account for them and discuss how we were going to handle them at the year end with the bonus distribution.
I see. And,
that's it, the bonus distribution.
And at what time of the year do you have to prepare final reports for the
December.
partners?
Jury's not
December?
here. This is still part of the
And when do you start
404B
working on
hearing.
It depends every year, but usually December.
But in September, you were, I guess, doing your job, trying to see if there were other Hirschberger type structures out there.
That's right.
Okay. And so you ran a report of financial records that were maintained at the law firm, correct?
Correct.
I think she worked from like 1999.
Yes.
And you didn't have to order bank statements for anyone. You had them right there on your computer system.
I have mine, yes.
Okay. And there's nothing that happened in, well, let me back up. We've seen checks to forge, I think you said, going back to 2015.
Correct.
Have those checks been on the firm financial system and maintained them since 2015?
They were. They didn't catch our attention before that.
Okay. And there's nothing about the murder of Maggie and Paul that prevented you from accessing that information at any point in time, is there?
No, what prevented me was work and personal obligations to get to that point in time to have the opportunity to look.
For 10 years.
And but the information had been at your fingertips. Anything that was done in 2015, it was there. 16, it was there. 17, it was there.
That's
18.
right.
And that's why you were able to go back and do the work, and law firm stood up and made these clients whole. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, do you have the summary exhibit 314 up there?
I do not.
Summary exhibit. That's what we want.
Well, I guess I can put on Mr. Elmo here.
Mr. Elmo.
Animal, but well, let me just have you look at this right quick.
Even said animal. It's a good question. The way he was stealing the money, it just didn't come up on the radar. I think someone should have caught it. They probably have procedures in place now that they would catch it if it occurred again.
Can you go through Exhibit 314 and there, the grand total is $2,841,512.55, and tell us, just identify anyone on this list that is just straight diversion of fees that were due to the law firm.
Both Hirschbergers were straight diversions of fees that were due.
Is there any other one on here?
Partials of some of the other ones, I can't remember the breakdowns, but I know like at least Mallory or one of those two, some of them should have been firms' fees due to them.
Right. But all the other ones, but the Hirschberger matter, involve proceeds that should have gone to the client, right?
Which your client stole, yes.
Right.
Which your client stole, yes. That was great.
Well,
it's not in front of the jury, so he doesn't care about that. But
you investigated it and you came to that conclusion and the law firm came to that conclusion, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as part of the investigation, did you have to interview the clients and ask the client, hey, did you authorize Alex to put this in a fake forge account?
We did interview the clients, most of them. We met with them. Most of them were very surprised and shocked and stated that they had no idea that they had been stolen from.
And so to establish that the clients didn't authorize Alex to do what he did, I mean, you had to go to the clients.
Correct.
And get their response.
Correct.
And you accepted their response, rightfully so, correct?
Correct.
On this list of 314, is there anyone where you didn't go to the client or the client representative, except perhaps Hirschberger, and say, did you authorize Alex to do this?
I might not have met personally with all of them, but somebody within our firm did.
Right, okay. Now, Barrett, the second one, Barrett Boulware, said took insurance proceeds, and that's Exhibit 314. And I think you said Alex had power of attorney?
He did.
And was Mr. Boulware alive in 2018?
I don't remember.
And how is it that you know that Alex did not have a permission from Barrett Boulware to keep that money personally, that perhaps Mr. Boulware had owed him some money?
When I believe Ronnie Crosby's the one who spoke with Jarrett Boulware, who is his PR, so that'd be a better suited question for Ronnie than it would be for me.
So we would need Ronnie Crosby and Jarrett Boulware to come in and testify as to what Barrett Boulware may or may not have agreed to do with Alex.
You may have one that he could come in and testify that too, but the rest of these on these lists, people have told me that they either did not know about it, was covered up, or was forged.
I think that was 403.
They would need to come in and
404B is what we're talking about here.
And they have.
Oh, they've testified?
They believe they have.
Not in this proceeding?
Not in this proceeding.
Now, there was another group of cases that involved Palmetto State Bank, is that correct?
That's right.
And your brother-in-law?
That's right.
And again, there's Arthur Badger, Natasha Thomas, Hakeem Pinckney. Do you know if Mr. Lafitte or anyone at the bank was personal representative or conservator for any of these folks?
He was conservator for Natasha Thomas. I believe he was conservator for Hakeem Pinckney. I can't remember the exact circumstance. And he was the conservator for Arthur Badger's wife.
Okay. And Mr. Lafitte, I mean, all of these checks went to Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Correct.
And then from Palmetto State Bank, they were sent out to pay, according to your investigation, expenses that Alec owed. Is that right?
Correct.
And repayment of loans that Alec owed, right?
Correct.
And that Mr. Lafitte was knowledgeable about that, as far as you know, right?
Appeared to be.
Now, I want to go into a little bit more detail on some of these. Let's just go to.
Jury's not here yet. This is still the
I'm
hearing.
going to put it up with Ms. Elmo
to see if this will be allowed into trial evidence.
The Ben Allen Kendall. Well, that's Hirschberger, but let's don't do that.
Let's don't do that.
Let's do the next one, Adriana. And let's see if I can do this right. Do you see that one? That's the disbursement sheet.
Yes.
And the recovery amount here is.
We're still in the
hearing. It says settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, and that's $225,000.
Correct.
Still in the hearing. This is the defense
That,
side.
according to this document, represents what the client should have gotten and didn't get.
Correct.
And then the attorney's fees here said $22,000. Is that the firm got $22,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then this same exhibit, there's a lengthy footnote down here. I guess, does this footnote explain what happened?
Yes, it does.
In this footnote, it says there were 3 previous disbursements in this matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And it says the first one occurred on December 13th, 2018, issuing attorney's fees and costs, $19,932.89 to Palmetto State Bank, satisfying loans and et cetera, and other matters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, do we know if any of those are fake bills?
They look to be legitimate.
Did you confirm they were legitimate?
Yes.
And how'd you do that?
By looking at the paperwork and observing the paperwork.
Okay. And then here there was another disbursement on December 20th, 2018. Is that right?
That's right.
And this document referenced some exhibits. There's an exhibit A through F. I don't believe that's attached. I mean, it may be. I don't have it. Did you prepare this footnote?
I don't remember which ones exactly I prepared. I prepared a lot of them, and Chelsea Van prepared a lot of them as well.
So, and most all these have an explanation and a footnote as to what the entire transaction was about.
That's
right. Okay. And you didn't do every single one. It was a team effort, I take it.
That's right.
And so people on the team investigated it and then would have to come here and explain exactly what they did and what they learned. And
that's correct. It's also been through forensic audit and also looked at former FBI, and it's been provided to law enforcement who all looked over it as well.
Okay. All right.
This defense side of this is only supposed to take about half an hour, probably 45 minutes would be closer to it. They usually run long. And we might have a ruling here really quick. It might come after lunch as well, though, so we'll see. I think they're trying to limit the damage. I think they know that some of this is coming in. But if they can exclude some of the evidence and make it not be the mountain,
I think you also said that
right now,
back to June the 7th.
That's their goal.
That you said that Alex called you and asked for his updated balance in his 401k.
That's right.
And he told you he was putting together some financial records for civil discovery in the voting case, and there was a hearing coming up?
Yes.
And that he had asked you, he'd questioned you previously about the balance in the 401k.
That's right. It's not been the first time.
And the times that he questioned you, was it in the context of putting together information for the voting case, or just he was curious?
Putting together information for financials.
Okay. Financials in general, or financials in the voting case, or you just don't know?
I didn't really ask particulars.
Okay. So
the perception was that it's for the voting case. Talking in the office, we knew hearings were coming up. We knew they were looking for his financials.
He pronounces it Alec.
Okay. Well, when you said on the 7th he called you about financials, did he reference the voting case?
I believe he did.
Okay.
401k is typically a retirement account paid into by an employer.
Now, do you know what impact, what consequences Alec would have suffered from his partners if he had just, or if you had found that he had diverted the Ferris fee to himself personally, as opposed to putting it in a structure or putting it in the firm? Do you know?
I think that he probably would have had some bad repercussions for him, because they were adamant that we were not going to be part of having any portion of hiding or diverting any fees.
And the concern was hiding fees from the civil discovery in the voting case?
Yes, at that point in time it was.
And that wasn't, and at that point in time, no one was saying that they thought he was stealing from the firm, but that he was sheltering money from being disclosed.
That was the opinion, yes.
I can't match the lingo, local lingo. That is sort
and
of.
And then it wasn't until September when you ran a report and you saw all these forged checks being deposited in the Bank of America account and endorsed by Alec. You'd seen his signature, that you realize there's been something far different going on than what anyone believed. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's what led to his resignation or termination.
Correct.
Okay. And that information had been in the books and records of the law firm since 2015.
Correct.
Okay.
I would love to have Matthew Harris co-host on this. Matthew's a busy lawyer, and he's able to join us. He has in the past. I don't know what his schedule looks like, but he has real work to do. We watch people work, and he has real work to do. So it's hard to schedule with him, but he's always welcome. He's called in on the burner phone before and participated that way. He's a great friend of the channel. We like to call him our
one last question.
Our personal little lawyer here.
Information that
got several in
part of the investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the clients did not authorize any of these transactions. I mean, you have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
That's personal
knowledge.
I
also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients...
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
Right. Any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
It's not hearsay if they said it to me.
Okay. And some said it to you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Still hearsay, he says. There's a lawsuit.
Very briefly, Your Honor. One thing you know is that the money that you've talked about for the fake forge went into an account Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA forged, correct?
Correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No.
And after you realized that they went into those accounts, did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
Yes.
You mentioned that you actually found in his office some bank statements for that particular account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335.
Matthew puts out some great legal content, short form videos a lot of time too. He's
I can take a
very
look
much
at
worth
it.
a follow.
Is that consistent with the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA fake forge account that you saw?
Yes.
That you had repeated instances of client trust money going into?
Yes.
That there's no possible legitimate explanation for?
That's correct.
You were asked some questions about the manner of your inquiry and that sort of thing. And I want to take you back a little bit further very quickly. Do you remember, is it common for, after the books get cleared at the end of the year, for certain partners to loan money to the firm to handle operating expenses until fees start to come in?
It is. Basically, we wipe out all the cash reserves, so in order to operate for the first couple of months, attorneys will loan money to the firm for operating expenses.
At some point in time prior to all of this, did you become aware of an instance in which Alex Murdaugh had erroneously received a repayment that was actually meant for his brother, Randy?
We did.
All right. And did that happen once, or did the same thing happen twice?
It actually went through twice. The check was written to him erroneously, and within a few days, he brought the check back to my staff and had it recut to him. So the first check that was recut was held for him for about a year. So the replacement check went through immediately, and the first check cleared about a year later. And that's when we discovered that, going back and looking, that I discovered that he was paid erroneously, that it should have been Randolph Murdaugh and not R. Alexander Murdaugh.
So it was one repayment, but he managed to get it twice.
That's right.
How much was that check roughly, do you recall?
$125,000 roughly.
$125,000. Was he confronted about this when that was discovered?
Yes.
What was his explanation?
His explanation was that it was an accident, that he thought it was due to him and that he didn't know, and that he found the other one later and deposited it too because he thought they were due to him.
Okay. And was he required to pay that money back?
Yes.
And after he gave that explanation of, oops, I didn't realize these $225,000 checks were for me, was that matter then forgotten or moved on from?
It was shelved, yes.
It was shelved. Nothing, no repercussions happened at that point in time or anything like
No.
that? Okay. So the money gets paid back and people moved on, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You testified before that when the murders happened, that the inquiry, nobody was going to bring that up now in the wake of the murders, the Ferris fees that you had talked to Alec about the morning that Maggie and Paul were killed, correct?
That's right. It's a family-like place. Everybody was concerned for him, his family. We knew we had time to discuss this before the end of the year, and at that point, like we said, we didn't think he was stealing any money from us.
They had no reason at that time to think he was stealing, correct?
That's right.
And so it did get shelved, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then in July, you got an email, is that correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this before. What did the email say from Chris Wilson's office?
It said that the money was in the account and available to us at any time that we would ask.
And then, so at that point, the money seemed like it was there. The money is not missing, and so the matter was shelved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. However, you've testified that things have been going on for a while, and it was months later that triggered you to do that inquiry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Because there had been multiple instances over the years. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. But that has nothing to do, the fact that might have occurred regardless of at any point in time because of all the things that have been going on. That has nothing to do with the fact that when things were happening in June, they got shelved, and then you found out the money was there, and you thought that matter was closed. Is that correct?
That's right. We never knew about the prior. We had no reason to look. We had no complaints from clients. We had nobody saying they were missing money. And this just turned up when we started searching because of the Hirschberger and the other relevant things.
Has there been instances in which Alec used the firm credit card for personal expenses and was required to pay that back?
Yes.
And if the money got paid back, well, then everybody moved on. Is that right?
That's right.
So there was a history of that.
That's right.
You get the money back in, and everybody moves on. Is
That's
that correct?
right. It's a history of trust and brotherhood.
And that's what happened in July with the Ferris fees. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not you were told in July
you busted me.
That
I'm eating a little pre-lunch.
The money was in Chris Wilson's trust account. That's what you were told. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you come to find out, however, that it actually had not been there?
We did.
And you found this check proving it, correct?
That's correct.
She said that your client stole or something. That was the little one-liner retort that she got in. The courtroom sort of chuckled at that.
The bottom line is that there had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
That's right.
Things were continuing to percolate. They got delayed in June because of everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
But you were now curious, and eventually, months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check, proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. You may step down.
Okay, let's see if the judge rules on this or if they have another witness to bring in for more evidence. Judge is sort of going to take it one at a time. And I'm doing some mashed potatoes for lunch this morning, sort of early lunch.
Well, we're running up on lunchtime. Mr. Waters, what's next?
Well, we can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alex's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris fees. Again, I don't want to be cumulative for purposes of this, but she will certainly add to that. We also have available on this particular issue Michael Gunn, who is the principal in Forge, who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec about structuring fees, or at least nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All of that would be very lengthy, but we have all of that available in as much as that's necessary to complete the story for purposes of the in-camera hearing. We do have, though we have arranged to get additional SLED and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon if you wish to make use of the jury for that. And also as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular instances, but we do have a confession of judgment that I would offer to the court at this point in time in the Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear and convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well. In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court, which also refers to his admissions of financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing evidence established of these various other crimes. And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well. I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally with the boat case as well. And so that would be some of the financial witnesses that we would offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank that will talk about the extent of Alex Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened. And
that's like a week's worth of witnesses.
Explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I would object.
Your Honor,
this is detrimental to my client.
More than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B. And, I mean, without even getting to whether they can prove it up by clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time. But if the whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor, 403 also includes a component of undue delay. And as he just described, all the financial misdeeds or crimes that he wants to prove up, we're going to be here until end of February, I suspect, or March, because that's adding 2 weeks to this trial.
I said 1 week, but yeah, 2 weeks is probably better.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And obviously, as I even pointed out with this witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation. Frankly, the extent of misappropriation is very, very broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being on the scene, within seconds of the 911 call happening, and that is, of course, the boat case. And what does that mean? But there's two things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seckinger that morning over the Ferris fees that had been percolating for a while, and then number two is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is in a specific request for production and interrogatory to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seckinger was able to do, just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also, I don't have to get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing a possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of
99 counts facing life without
hanging
parole
out there is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life.
Did you hear that?
The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar series of events like nothing ever seen, is certainly relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June the 7th.
Don't steal money in South Carolina. They take it seriously. 99
Griffin,
counts of life without parole
that
he's facing.
Are here, Ms. Griswold, Chris Wilson, and Mike, Mr. Gunn, confession of judgment and the disbarment. Do you contest the matters which they are here to testify concerning?
It depends on how far they go with their testimony, but I'd certainly, that's predicate for Mr. Gunn to testify. They didn't have an account at Bank of America, and those checks were not deposited with us, and I didn't know anything about this. I mean, that we're acceptable to that, and just, without knowing the full scope of what they intend to offer, it's hard to say yes, but that's all. I mean, just like this witness, I mean, she has a lot of information that is that she learned through investigation. But if we had to try this case, 90% of it she couldn't testify to.
Probably 7 of those counts are lower counts.
Those witnesses that I mentioned, as well as every single one of those victims, all testified. There is transcripts on that, which the defense has had, which Your Honor has access to as well. So I don't know that necessarily it needs to all be repeated for Your Honor's determination now, because again, as he just said, those facts have been testified to. It's just a question of the parameters for this particular trial, which again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white-collar cases in the context of this murder case. It's only to explain to the jury enough of what was going on in an unfathomable set of events
for a lawyer what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th. I think that's extremely relevant, and we plan to do so in a very expedited and focused fashion.
Your Honor, I would say for purposes of the trial, going forward with the jury, I mean, we're not stipulating to any facts.
Yes, sir. Well,
They're not giving
hearing,
names.
I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir. As far as the court's view of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists, clear and convincing evidence is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. It says that degree of proof which will give me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven. And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communications with Ms. Griswold that's in the record, with Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr. Gunn, Forge is a well-known consulting firm, and the Bank of America account says Richard A. Murdaugh, sole proprietor, DBA Forge.
Yeah, that looks bad.
Confession of judgment, disbarment. I'm happy to sit and hear any and all of the testimony. One of the things that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time listening and hearing all of the evidence.
He's like, bring it on.
Because of the expediency of things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we nevertheless conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that without
the jury might not be as happy.
Needless presentation of evidence twice, more than once. And now I understand
that means not for the purpose of the hearing.
Defense's position
would allow it for the.
And I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether or not this should be admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and I haven't heard much argument on the res gestae issue, which is equally important, or perhaps more important.
Sarah Boone's going to push out. That's what I think we're seeing.
If you
even if this goes long, it shouldn't step on Sarah Boone's case.
Are interested in contesting the nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony, if they're here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we can. You indicate that there are some other witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon?
Yes, sir. After our discussion this morning, we got some folks rolling, and after lunch hour, I think we can take us through the end of the day with witnesses that don't relate to this specific issue.
We can go in that direction and then resume with more witnesses later this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and to be in an idle format. And to the extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward, that's best.
Send the jury home for 3 days.
Then I make the call.
I'd like you to make the call.
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, I strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B, and you don't need to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing. I mean, if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about res gestae?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res gestae is
gestae.
Gestae.
Use gestae. Go ahead.
tomato, right? And so the only thing that comes close to that is, the encounter on June the 7th by this witness up there about the Ferris matter. So one matter. It's this.
Lindsay, send it to me.
It's the Chris Wilson.
Thank you.
Co-counsel fee issue, and that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders. And
the state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant, not solely what this witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew that was subject to exposure.
So right now they're arguing.
Your Honor, in the with regard to the rest justi issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and that is somewhat similar in that it involved thefts for someone stealing money, and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the day or the day previous, and then a number of thefts months and years before.
Did the judge do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis in King?
Well, the trial judge allowed it in. The Supreme Court, Justice Burnett in 1999 overturned Judge Hicks Harwell for admitting the evidence.
How? Conducting a 404 analysis, 403 analysis?
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there.
Hearing. You have to do what we're doing now.
Yes, sir. But in the case, they said, while the remote thefts may have been minimally relevant to show motive under law, the prejudicial effect of this evidence far outweighed the slight probative value. So the Supreme Court did a 403 analysis, and that's in footnote 5, Your Honor.
Anything else before we break? We'll resume at. Where's this?
It sounds like they couldn't agree on how to proceed.
We'll resume at 2 o'clock with at 2:15 with witnesses, and we will resume with witnesses in the jury witnesses, and we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be in recess at 2:15.
Okay, so that's fun. Let me give you an update here. First of all, someone was asking for my email address. I rarely check this email address. So if you do need to send me something, you'll have to reach out to me and let me know to check it. Otherwise, it just goes into the spam bucket. But there you go. That's a way to reach me. Okay, so quick update. Who was it that wanted the update here? Let's see. Potato talk was making me hungry. I ate the potatoes already. I could not wait. I'm sorry. I apologize. I started without you. Quick update. Basically, we've had this 404B hearing where this witness the witness that was on the stand who was the CFO of his former firm, has testified to basically how they discovered and tracked down the scope, the breadth, the depth, and the all the factors of the money that he stole from clients and from the firm. It's a lot of evidence. There's a ton of it. It's very convincing. It has a very clear and definitive paper trail with both that can be followed both at the bank side as well as they're within their firm. So yeah, there's a lot of evidence. It's very convincing. The judge still has to rule on whether or not the jury can hear this. The state has basically said, look, we've presented this. We've got a lot of it. There are 100 and something other, 99 other charges, allegations against him. We'd rather not have to try all those charges within the murder trial. We don't want to have to try each one of those things and present those as evidence, as if, that would be months of court, right? But the judge, on the other hand, is saying, well, the previous trial, or the previous ruling was, not previous trial, but the previous ruling was they erred because they didn't listen to enough of that evidence. He's saying, so I'm willing to sit and listen to it. The defense doesn't want it all in, and they're like, let's limit it as much as we can. They know that some is coming in. The judge has not ruled, and I don't think he will rule after lunch, because what he says is we're going to proceed after lunch with some other witnesses, and then we're going to pick this up again. So it sounds like that since the jury is here, they've had finished lunch, they're going to bring him back, have another witness that's not this financial stuff, and then they'll excuse the jury probably for the weekend, and then we'll go into more of that 404B stuff. The hearing part will resume outside the presence of the jury on Friday. That's my guess, or later today, depending on how much the witnesses, how much time they take. What is the judge ruling on bringing in this evidence? Right, Michelle, the judge's job is to determine what can be presented, what is legal to present as evidence in court. And so he doesn't decide if he's guilty or not. That's the jury's job. But he does decide what evidence the jury gets to hear. And if there is evidence out there that is pertinent to the case, he has to weigh it and say, is this too prejudicial? If the jury knows this, will it taint their ability to try this case fairly? So that's what he's doing. He's listening to all that. He will listen to all this evidence, and then he'll rule on it. Let's see. In this case, he's only being charged with 2 murders, 2 weapons charges. Right. This is pretty simple. It's pretty cut and dried. Lindsay said she was working on a timeline. Let me just look for that. I'm not sure if you were sending it right then. Don't see it yet, but okay, before you head off to lunch, we have a new video that just dropped on Matthew Harris's channel, the YouTube channel. If you click the link there, scroll up in chat until you can see it. You can't click it on the screen, unfortunately. YouTube hasn't developed that technology just yet. On how to use body language in court, which deals with body language when not testifying. So basically, this is for Alex Murdaugh. If somebody could get him this memo, because he needs this information stat. While you're there, please do follow or subscribe to Matthew Harris's channel. He's amazing, friend of the channel. Great to have him here, clearing things up and giving that legal perspective as he's able when he's not in court himself. Jim really tried hard to have the judge just say no, it's not coming in, but it didn't work. Right? I think the judge has clearly indicated that he's going to listen to this at least in full. So I think some of you will get your wish. We'll have a lot of testimony about exactly what these financial crimes are. One Man's View says, so question, who's handling Recovery Addicts chat, as I don't see him typing but responding? Here's, let me just tell you, there are some commands that I have a pre-programmed, I hate to call it a chat bot, but that's what it is, that responds to certain things. So common requests, whether it's information about my P.O. box or things like that. We have some requests there, as well as some sound effects that sometimes can be triggered. I have them off during testimony just because they get a little distracting. But there are some that we can play, like this one.
I'm not a camel.
That was from the Jensen trial, the judge saying, he needs a break because he's not a camel. Some of those can be triggered by you guys in chat as well. Like exclamation point lawsuit is one of them. So somebody can do that here in just a minute. You'll hear what happens there. But some of those responses are automated. Some of them are triggered by the mods who, so they don't have to retype things a lot to a commonly asked question. There's the lawsuit. It just tries to speed things up and get information out to you faster. Let's see. Abby says, huge thank you to, me, for all your hard work and everyone here. Wow, this is an awesome channel. Folks here are amazing. Thank you, Abby. All the way from the UK. Abby has been one of our mods from like day one when we were watching halfway through the DB trial. Darrell Brooks up there with Judge Doro. It was fantastic. Matthew, love you as well, man. He's fantastic. He's a good friend. Let's see. I'm going to watch at 2 times speed. Are the parts I should watch at normal speed? Today's testimony. Let it be summer. I would. There are a couple little remarks that the last witness, the CFO of the law firm, get some one-liners in, and they're a little quick. You might miss them at 2 times speed. They're not crucial. It's not like ball drop type or mic drop type testimony, but it's fun to hear them in real time. AJ says, I've been here for 19 days as a new command. I tried to set this up. YouTube doesn't work very well that way. There is a command on some of the other platforms that allows you to show how many days you've been there, but I can't get it to work on YouTube yet. SMJ, subject matter jurisdiction, that one's turned off right now. That's one of the Darrell Brooks quotes. Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? Squirrel is Squirrel. That one right there. So we have some commands. I'll turn them on when we're having a little more fun, but when we're listening to testimony in court, I know a lot of you want to hear the testimony. You came here because you're interested in what's happening in the court, and so we try to give you a fair balance of that. I try not to talk over too much as well. Think that's all. First of all, if you are here, if you do like this community, which I do, and you want to experience more trials with us, please do subscribe to the channel. I would love it if you would like the channel. Both of those are free. You do not have to be a member. There's nothing I do in this channel is exclusive as far as production goes to members, which we have many members, and I love it. You guys that support me, it's unbelievable. You don't have to be a member to ask a question. You don't have to do a super chat to ask a question here. We want to have everyone feel like they can be here and have fun and belong and really get their questions answered and their voice heard in an environment that's not caustic. So we're all basically friends here, and so we welcome you. We will say that once you come in, we don't let you go. We're sort of possessive that way. We adopt you as our own and keep you forever and ever. I think that's all. Discord's also available. Holy cow, yes, how did I leave out Discord? That's one of the commands, as a matter of fact, this exclamation point Discord. Toxic Orchid and Lil Miss and Vixen and a couple other people do an amazing job over on Discord. And we also have some of our mods here as sort of like mods over in Discord as well. If you have questions about documents, about court dates, about where different cases are at and things like that, Discord is chock full of information, just up to the gills. Everything you could possibly want is there. They're constantly updating and adding new stuff. So joining over on Discord is also free. If you want, you can also boost that channel over there. That sure helps them because that allows them to have more storage space and add a few more features, more photos, more videos, things like that we just can't seem to get enough of as we're digging into these true crime cases. And I will tell you that some of the document hounds over there on Discord are invaluable to me as far as you guys get me information constantly to the burner phone that helps my show run so smoothly, and I owe you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Lindsay, what were you saying? Would you mind showing us the timeline pic so I can get some feedback? Yes, did they just come through? Yes, I got them right here. Just 1 minute. Okay, let me swap plugs. Just 1 second here. We'll get this pulled up. Okay, this is the first one that came in. April 2021, grand jury begins an investigation into Alex Murdaugh's financial crime. In June 4th, mediation failed in the boat case, and Alex Murdaugh is due in court on 6/10 to produce financial records. Then June 7th, the morning of June 7th, Alex is confronted by the CFO, who we just heard from today, from PMPED, about missing money. The night of June 7th, that same day, Alex Murdaugh comes upon the bodies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle. June 10th, Alex Murdaugh would have been due in court to disclose financial records. And August 6th, South Carolina Attorney General announces all charges dropped against Paul in the boat crash case. Let's see if I can get this other one here. This is number 2. August 11th, the 14th, Solicitor Duffy Stone recuses himself from Murdaugh murder cases. September 2nd, the PMPED begins investigation to missing funds related to Alex Murdaugh and finds the forged check. That's when they were just going through the desk and the check dropped out. September 3rd, PMPED has a meeting about the missing funds and Alex Murdaugh. On the 4th, Alex Murdaugh is reportedly shot in the head while changing his tire. September 6th, Alex Murdaugh releases a statement saying he's resigning and entering rehab in Florida. That addresses some of the drug charges, or the drug allegations. And also September 6th, PMPED releases a statement saying that Alex Murdaugh stole funds from law firm and has resigned. Lindsay, those are fantastic as far as the timeline and showing just how the different events line up with each other. And that's basically what the state is alleging in this, is that every time something came to a head, every time it started getting, the pressure was building on Alex, something would happen that would divert everyone's attention, that would get them to not focus on him. I think those are fantastic, Lindsay. Thank you very much. Those are super clear and amazing. So what does this mean? Michelle, are you talking about the 404B stuff? Because let's look at a couple scenarios. First of all, if the judge allows everything in, we're going to hear in front of the jury basically all the allegations, every check total, every victim's name who was supposed to get a settlement and didn't, all the additional fees that were billed that shouldn't have been billed. We're going to hear everything, and it will take a long time, and it will just be one after another, possibly 100 or so. We've got all those different charges. We've got that. It will be very hard for the jury to look at Alex as like the upstanding man who it's an honor to represent, as his lawyer said, in the opening statements after that. But the state says this is important because all this information, all this money, all this, financial crime, the life of crime, the house of financial cards he had built that was collapsing around him is the motive for the murder. If none of this gets in, if the judge says, that would be too prejudicial for the jury, they need to just weigh the evidence of the case, then the state basically has to say, it's circumstantial. We have him on the video. We don't have a lot of other things we can tell you about his life, what was going on, and why he would have done this, because they're trying to prove, this motive and put you in his shoes as why he would do this. So if it doesn't come in, I think the defense has a very good chance of a hung jury or an acquittal. If it does come in, I think the defense has a very little chance of an acquittal. Let's see. So does adding these financials hurt his federal? No, I don't think it will hurt any of that. They're not actually trying these financial issues in the court. They'd just be presenting all the evidence, so it's almost as if they were. It would just be a duplication of what would happen in the actual trials that will take place after this case is over. Okay. Any color recommendations? I like it. I like it where you've got a dark on a light background. So that's important to me, Lindsay. And yeah, those would be great on Discord for people to watch. So that great job, Lindsay. Fantastic. Thank you. Helpful and brilliant. Ms. Winters, you're absolutely correct. It looks good as it is. I like the graphics. It's very clear. I think it's very well put together and easy to follow. Lena Ray says, recovery addict, don't know how, but glad you found me. I don't know how we met either, Lena, but you're here now. So all you have to do is hit that subscribe button, and then you're here to stay. So wonderful. I'm glad you're here. Feel free to jump in chat anytime if you have questions or input. Let's see. It is lunchtime, and I realize you guys deserve a break. We've been here all morning. It's gone a long time. Can somebody tell me what time the judge said we were coming back? Because I was sort of distracted at the moment and did not pay attention. Silly boy, I subbed long ago. Wonderful, Lena. That's amazing. Make sure you turn on the accept gifts on this channel. Occasionally there's some membership gifts that are given out, and people who have that option turned on often find themselves in member status, courtesy of a generous follower. And so make sure you have that option on. You might be able to move up to the front row where the view is amazing, I might add. It's amazing. You can hear better and everything. 215. Thank you for 6 volt. Tabitha Lara, old dude, ish, says 6 volt. 215 ish. Yeah, we're not going to hold him right to that time, but Is that 4:15 Eastern? No, actually, they are Eastern time. So right now I've got almost 1:30 Eastern. So we've got about 45 minutes. So that's a short break. I'm going to let you guys go. We'll play some music here to end this segment, and we'll have a quick break, a reset. I'm going to open up a new window. So we'll have a new chat. We'll have a new winner of the internet. So watch for that. Give me just a few minutes, maybe within 5 minutes of this one closing down. You'll have a chance at winning everything IP related, so you can too be the owner of everything on the internet. It's a big responsibility, but the duties are actually pretty easy. How come a judge cannot oversee where two sides agree on compact evidence that can only take 2 days instead of 2 weeks? I think the problem is the two sides don't agree. If the sides would agree, if they just say, yeah, we agree to XYZ, the judge would be able to move forward. But because they don't agree, he's going to listen to it all. I think that's what he was getting at right before the break. Where do you find accept gifts at? Old dude, depending on the device you're on, it might be up underneath. When somebody does join, you'll see a little green gift box at the top of chat. If you click on that, there are some options. And other than that, I might need to refer you to someone else who could help you with the settings, because I can't see it on my side. Let's see. I'll see everyone in a couple minutes. Seriously. Grumpy Cat should have been here 4 hours. I think you were here earlier. I think you were. You're not that late. All right. Thank you guys, everybody. Please, if I don't get to see you again today, when you go home tonight, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. I will tell you that it would not be the same without you here, and I appreciate each and every one of you, what you bring to the channel. Please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about half an hour. No, so get your lunch ready. We'll be back in just a little bit. We'll see you.